This is the best Halloween ever! Nothing could spoil this. Uh-oh, meteor.
I'm sorry, what? I don't speak Gollum. Does anyone here
Now this is the best Halloween ever. Oh!
Good video. Very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Clash Royale. Download for free.
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
これはすごいですね。
直接拔掉了，拿下国卡，拿到一个游侠的位置很完美，还有吗？
まずはタロンが一本選手。
手到底拉到这个 tower。
Chaos Fury were able to come back from great response.
が결승을 진출합니다.
最后一砸带走。
마그로도 이거 역전. 아하.
总杯五冠王朝 Nova 战队。
そして3発。
Welcome everyone to Clash Royale League East special season. My name is Simon. With me is G-Clef today. G-Clef,
What's
how's it
up?
been going?
It's been great, guys. You had some crazy games last night, and we're about to have some better of a play because we got some hectic matches, crazy matchups that you've been waiting for. As lots of teams now playing 3 matches, 4 matches. They've only got a few more for the regular season, and if they play that few more, they'll be on the top 4, bottom 4. You certainly do not be on the bottom 4 when you go into that playoff, right?
No, you do not want to be in that single, your single life losers bracket in the bottom half. So this is the point where these seasons need to kick into gear.
That's right.
Right
now.
Ponos haven't kicked it into gear yet.
Talon
hasn't
below
kicked it into
Ponos.
gear. Yeah.
Right now, but one will be a great sacrifice of one another.
One is going to be propping up the rest of the table after tonight.
That's going to happen because that's our first match. It's going to be both teams desperately need a win, at least a win. They still have a chance, like 3-4 or 4-3 if they get all wins from now on. Then they still have a chance to at least be in the middle ground, maybe in top 4. I think that's possible. So everything's still being solved out right now. It's only week 3, day 2. And a lot more matches. We actually have 3 days, and actually the final day has 4 matches for week 4.
Yeah.
So a lot of games still left to go on.
So many games left. So many matchups that I literally cannot wait to see. I just want to see more kicks. I want to see Nova, because yesterday Nova picked it back up. They looked like the Nova everyone knows and loves.
But not at the beginning, though.
Not at the beginning. It looked
Like
rough
LCR
at the start.
LCR made a crazy mistake with that ice width. I do remember from watching it back. Whoa, that could not have happened at that timing, and he went wild on stage.
Yeah, did not look happy. Okay, standings. WEDGM still sitting very pretty at the top of the standings, 4-0, and they look untouchable right now. TT Gaming
Too strong.
in second, Kicks 5, 2-1. Team Timing 2-3, starting down in the losing records. Nova Esports 2-2, Ponos 0-3, Talon 0-4. And tonight, starting off Talon versus Ponos, then Nova versus TT, then Fav versus Kicks. This is Asia, China, Asia, for if it was last year's matches. So I'm excited to see Fav versus Kicks. That should be incredible. And then Nova versus TT. Nova maybe bouncing back. Maybe TT will put them back down. We don't know.
Yes.
But first we're going to have to get through this bottom of the table clash. I literally cannot guess what's going to happen in this game.
Ponos has been serving their role, but at the end, and also for a triple draft, they haven't been performing as well as the other teams. And also Talon, who just had their roster change with Gerald into the roster now. How more into the coaching section. I think that's a really great adjustment right before the deadline. I believe the roster change deadline was April 13th, or
Yes,
I believe,
it was
made in like the official announcement. What I believe was the 10th. So in perfect timing, and that was also last week, right?
Yeah. It didn't come into effect until this week.
until yesterday. But now with the new roster, also saw Gerald play one game, King of the Hill yesterday. Actually, from that beginning hand where he just had to lose a single tower to begin with in like minute 30, he actually had a chance. He actually had a chance of coming back. I like his mechanics. Maybe when he gets used to the actual tournament games a little bit more, maybe he can come up as like 1v1 player. Usually it's Lion, but I think there are a lot more potentials and chances for Talon now.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Geralt is actually Mogan off the ladder, and if you're in the Korean region, you will see this guy 90% of the time up in the top 10 players. Right now, he's kind of slipped off, but that's mostly because a lot of the CRL pros just scrim. They don't really ladder as much during the season. But Mogan has always been up there, and he is featured in a lot of videos on YouTube.
I've stalked his account and looked up his past practice datas and stuff. And he has been practicing a lot against Lion. And not bad. Not bad. About 50-50, yes, against Lion. So, and maybe they were like scrimming in the same house because it was for a while, like for a long period of time, maybe like 5-6 hours, like crazy amount of games.
Yeah, I was on Twitter yesterday, and Solomon, after WEDGM actually won their game, right? He was like, I went home, and I was playing Clash Royale until 4 in the morning.
He's crazy.
He went back into training.
Does he not sleep?
He's a vampire. It's the head
he's
shake
a head
power.
I know, he's a head shaker, man. He shakes his head and wins games.
It's falling asleep is just like, not today, sleep. And sleep just disappears. But that's the thing. These players are practicing so much. They're scrimming all the time. Yet, nearly every deck we see is a very meta-heavy deck.
Yes.
It's the graveyards, occasionally the double barrel cycle decks. What other
I
decks?
really like Tengod's giant cannon card deck that just
great.
kicked back around, and against the quick cycle he made some great, I believe it was his own poison, or I may be mistaken, but still the giant was able to win that game. Yep. Basically, it's not fancy. It's having not as heavy as Golem, but with the giant you do expect a few punches on that tower, and then you have a big push to win. Not as fancy as like the Skeleton Barrel Miner. You keep on sending with the Mind Games. It's not as much as Mind Games for that deck, but I did like that counter advantage by bringing that. Tengad had some unique plays with that.
Yeah, look at these results though. Talon in the King of the Hill, 75% win rate, but then you get to triple draft and the 1v1, and that is a big round fat 0 down there for them.
Yes, and you have, of course, certainly Line, this key 1v1 player for Talon. I think he always serves his role, at least like 1-2 wins from King of the Hill. Also doing pretty good on 1v1, but at the end, like the last game that matters into the match count, he does drop that game because of some deck selection, or not very often, actually very rarely, but there has been some, like yesterday, he used the snowball against the bats instead of the blue, which could have saved him at least 300 damage, which wasn't still enough to come back into the game. But there was some weird decision making at the end in overtime.
Yeah, and one of the things about Talon as well is their King of the Hill record is relatively average. There's a lot of wins, quite a few losses. Triple draft, however, is only L's. They have not managed to come through in
That's also draft. A thing. Yeah, if they are able to win the triple draft, I think they could have a lot more matches, match wins. I'm talking about, and Ponos, surprisingly, they're also at the bottom of the list, and not many people have expected that. A lot were saying, okay, Ponos, Bob, they're going to be really strong. They will be in top 3, but now look where they are with 0 and 3. So they need to get up there.
Yeah, well, we have Geralt coming in for Talon, and then it is going to be Tengad to kick off this King of the Hill. What are we to expect in this match? We will find out shortly, as Talon's Geralt is in blue at the bottom of the screen, and Tengad for Ponos in red at the top.
Okay, Geralt just became over 16. To be able to play. Okay, Miner, we can have some Minor scale barrels. It's been super trendy right now.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw a lot of giant skeleton graveyard decks in the no-tilt world, west version. Ooh, you have the Firecracker as well. So the giant skeleton here isn't designed really to get to the tower. It's there to just clean everything.
Yeah, we've seen what giant skeleton could do, especially against against the E-Golem deck, against those dragons in the air. I think it's certainly designed against it.
Yep.
But in this matchup, I think you have to get Tengar has to get a lot more value from the death damage.
Yeah, he didn't get the King Tower. Gerald didn't get the King Tower activation off the Firecracker. It looked like he tried, but the Ice Wizard just moved a little bit too quickly forward. And now we have the Mini P.E.K.K.A. against the Knight, but that Mini P.E.K.K.A. is probably not going to get hit. He raised it. He raised it.
He raised it and erased. Right there before the tower.
Okay, so is there anything else that you could see on the back of Tengod's deck here?
Oh, well, with the Law, I think you're good off against those small skeletons. Also, with the Firecracker, if you can time it, you get some damage, but it's not as bad when you really have to save up that Log. Okay, it does have the Earthquake, sure, against the Bomb Tower, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah, this time does get the King Tower activation, just Geralt, and it is a Royal Giant from Tengod.
Yep. No RG with this combination with the Mini. Does not even fire a single shot with that slow from the Ice Wiz.
Yeah, shut down instantly, and a little bit of damage coming through onto Tengod's tower, but nothing he cannot tank at this point in the game. So here comes in a Skeleton Barrel up that right-hand side, and the Miner.
Miner stopped its way of shoveling, but went down from the Mini P.E.K.K.A. all the way behind. Good defense.
Yep.
And the Knight, okay, Knight was placed all the way from the back, so has to use those goblins to kind of stop the giant skeleton getting close to the tower.
Yeah, the Mini P.E.K.K.A. though is there. Good tornado to bring everything back to slow it all down. Otherwise, if that giant skeleton had been left to his devices, it would have connected with the tower. And Tengod loads up with another RG here, but look at the slows. The bomb tower there as well. And I don't think it's even going to get a hit on the tower. Good tornado, just denying all damage, and the skeleton barrel that came through behind gets a lot of work done.
Yeah, Tengod went aggressive with that Log, so had to take that damage. He was willing to, but actually thought he was going to do a little more with that RG, but did not turn out to be. So that's going to be a big sacrifice in HP.
Yeah, we see the Ice Wizard proving to be a very useful tool in Geralt's defensive arsenal as he just buys time and tries to get an attack. Looked like he tried to get that Miner onto the Firecracker, but it just bounces back from the recoil of its weapon. And unfortunately, just got eaten alive by a Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah, also, it's better to actually have the Miner to the right so that the Firecracker actually goes to the other side after the bounce. So Geralt with that Firecracker also had to use the poison, which is not too bad. So as long as that this giant doesn't really get close to the tower at all.
You're not trying to. You're trying to open a window for this Royal Giant to come through, but with the Ice Wizard, with the Bomb Tower, with the Knight, and just practically everything that Geralt has is designed to stop this Royal Giant. Is this just a great read on Geralt to know what Tengod was going to play, or is it a little bit of a luck factor here in the counter?
Yeah, Tengod he does have Earthquake, but it's a little too slow, and even that Ice Wizard getting that splash into the tower stacks up just a little bit more into 511.
Another Royal Giant loaded in. There is the Bomb Tower. Are we going to see the Tornado from Geralt? Another Ice Wizard played on the right-hand side. Tornado comes in.
Yeah, great slow, and also instead of the skeletons, having those goblins helps so much more. Survive an initial shot from some of the units, and also to buy time to deal damage to the Royal Giant. So Gerald, in terms of counter, it was pretty hard for Tengod.
Yeah, just it was slow and steady wins the race. Those skeleton barrels coming in over the top, the Miner coming in underneath. Was caught a few times by a Mini P.E.K.K.A, but it's all about the distraction. It's about forcing your opponent to put Elixir maybe where they wouldn't want to put Elixir, right?
Yeah, and Tengod having a Log, you do want to get rid of those goblins with the Log all the time, but if you use it offensively to do that, to damage the tower, then you are just left open against the Skeleton Barrel. Sometimes you can have the Firecracker, but still you would have to take the death damage plus some skeleton shots. And by some skeleton shots, that's at least like 200 within a split second.
Yeah, skeletons are very scary for something with no muscles,
they
you know?
Spread out really quickly, and they actually do too much damage on the tower.
The double Ice Wiz defense was just unreal here. Just slowing that Royal Giant down, and then when it looks like it's going to get into range, just denied by the tornado. And look at the damage getting done by that barrel. So much damage.
Yes, and also the E-Wiz, which does not directly, because when it shoots onto 2 targets, it doesn't really get the goblins on each hit, which makes the mini P.E.K.K.A delay a little more because it's leaving the HP too low, but still the mini P.E.K.K.A has that hit onto those goblins. The goblin became a huge factor instead of those skeletons, and great pull with that tornado plus the poison, usually deleting that firecracker without having to use another source of tool.
So both decks relatively cheap. Geralt's on the 3.1. I mean, look at the lowest cycle on that bad boy. 3-2, 3-3. If my math serves me right today, a 6, 8, 11 elixir to cycle through, basically to any other cards. But the cycle for Tengod still wasn't that bad. You got the log, the skeletons.
Yeah, as long as you're saving as long as you're keeping that Royal Giant. Skeleton Giant does cost some, but as long as you're keeping that Royal Giant, you have a pretty quick cycle. But Tengod couldn't really utilize that mini P.E.K.K.A too well. It was always going against the goblins instead of the knight, which is supposed to be the knight killer to break through into the tower line, into the princess tower. But it never really happened. Gerald, really great placements and pulling everything with that tornado. In terms of speed and control, he just had it. Unless he made a big mistake. If he made one big mistake, the giant skeleton goes to the tower. That's like 1,000 damage almost. And the Royal Giant sticks onto that tower. That's even worse. I'm pretty sure Tengod thought, okay, there must be some kind of building defense or goblin hut very likely, or the bomb tower. But I have my earthquake, so that should be enough with few RG shots, and then right after it better connect to the princess tower. But that ice was slowing against it, the knight and the tornado pulling it away. So these type of defensive tools just made it never work.
Yeah, and the goblins were a great addition to the underside of that deck. They deal a deceptive amount of damage very quickly, but they're so cheap, and they do die to pretty much a sneeze from most things. But this time they're just there. There wasn't really anything splash heavy to take them out. Sure, the firecracker was there, but again, it never seemed to really connect properly for
even
Tengod.
against the E-Wiz, even against the splash away from the firecracker, I don't think it gets the goblins immediately. Skeletons, that's easy. Skeletons is one shot from most of the things except for the earthquake.
Okay, so here we go again. It is Talon's Geralt in blue at the bottom, and Ponos Reiki Jones in red at the top.
Oh yes, I have to wait for that. I'm getting way too deep into Goblin Hut. This time, it's just the graveyards.
Could be the graveyard. There's a baby dragon. So basically, we're seeing the crux of a couple of decks come out right now. Knight. Goblin Hut is pretty much everywhere.
Yeah,
Musketeer, though.
Yeah, it seems like 3.5 graveyard from Reiki Jones. And Musketeer actually has been serving a great role. Sometimes the Archer with the Dark Prince, sometimes with the Ice Wiz.
Would you say that the Musketeer has replaced Magic Archer in most decks?
Certainly.
Do you agree with that? Do you think that maybe Magic Archer still has a place in the current meta? Or do you think
it has a place? I mean, it's certainly better than E-Barbs, which we saw yesterday from Triple Draft. But I still have to go back, and let's talk about this later, okay?
All right.
Okay, let me write that.
So Graveyard coming in from Geralt, and there is the poison from Reiki Jones. Interesting poison placement there. Doesn't catch everything, but that backside is a little bit weak. Does take a couple of scratches there.
With the Knight, not bad, but okay, he does have... Okay, Geralt did not show yet. Only the baby dragon. With the baby dragon, you can still put like an archer, like a Ice Wiz. He does have Ice Wiz, so he can still have a pretty good defense against it. But depending on if you have an offensive, if you can save that Ice Wiz or save that Musketeer, you don't have to use that poison defensively, and turn that into an offensive poison. And that's how you basically win that this graveyard mirror matchup.
All right, so you're saying that Reiki Jones also has the graveyard, which is pretty standard at this point. Yeah. Everyone is pretty much running that graveyard deck. And a bomb tower comes down again just to prepare his defense. But look at this. That Bard Barrel perfectly timed to just open a window for the skeletons. But unfortunately, the Spear Goblins are stacking up from out of that Goblin Hut and just clean it up real nice.
Yeah, I think Gerald wants to wait for that better poison, deleting the spear, the triple goblin spawning after the hut is erased to get that maximum poison value.
All right, Reiki Jones does load up with his own baby dragon to tank for his graveyard, but Geralt does throw down that poison and has managed to mitigate a lot of that damage, but has taken more in that one graveyard than Reiki Jones has taken.
Yes, because of the baby dragon.
It's a much better tank.
Yeah, actually did quite a lot of tank damage from the Princess Tower plus the skeletons, so that's going to matter a lot. Gerald, I think he's maybe thinking about just having a defensive poison most of the time, but that's not going to win you games when you have this matchup.
But it does defend your tower, I guess. So we do have the Ice Wiz in the back and an offensive poison now coming down from Reiki Jones. There is the Knight and the Barbarian and the Ice Wiz there to help defend that graveyard. The Barbarian does succumb to that poison as the Knight moves forward.
Okay, Gerald actually goes for the bait with the double hut. Okay, he can get some value from the poison. Okay, right tower damage a lot more, but he will certainly do a lot more plus get mega value from the poison by deleting both huts.
Yeah, knowing Reiki Jones's poison was out of cycle because he used it offensively, just open that window for the graveyard to come in. We do see a tornado as the last card for Geralt here.
I think he wanted to have that Ice Wind survive to give the slow with the tornado along with that baby dragon, but it was just deleted before the tornado.
Yeah, what do we have for the defense? Geralt has to throw down that poison. And we see Reiki Jones throwing down another aggressive poison. The clock is ticking. There's 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Reiki Jones, he certainly knows that he has got this game under his control. He made the switch from right to left from Gerald's graveyard attack. So unless he makes a big placement mistake of his spells or skeletons, I think Reiki Jones got this game.
It is looking that way. Look at the speed on that graveyard cycle from Geralt.
He's got no time.
He is running out. He has to be super aggressive. Tornado to bring everything into the tower.
Double baby dragon.
It got a little bit of damage done, but there's only 20 seconds. He has to defend this perfectly. There is a poison. Another graveyard coming out of Geralt. That's 3 graveyards in about 15 seconds.
Okay, got the
Can
Musketeer.
he get any damage?
Got the Musketeer on top, but the Barbarian plus the Knight is a great defensive tool against those skeletons. And Reiki Jones with that timeout, with the time over now. A little bit more HP left on his tower. So Reiki Jones was smart and says, okay, I've got double the hut on the left. Why not use the poison? Why not use the graveyard on the left? I mean, it's got more HP, but you can get some crazy value out of your poison. Go ahead, Gerald. Like, this is your chance.
Yeah, baiting out that poison was...
That's what he's laughing at right
I mean,
now.
90% of us out there would see two huts stacked like that and be like, all right, ka-ching!
All right, poison time.
Rubbing your hands on the way to the bank, and then he just
I think
slapped it.
Until that graveyard poison, it was full HP, right?
Near enough,
Yeah, 25, 34. But the top right tower was around 2,000, so about 500 off, which with that graveyard poison, still Gerald was able to get it down to about the same HP, around 1,900 or 2,000. But still, if that was focused towards one side only, like Reiki Jones did, going offensive with those poisons, catching most of the Ice Wiz, then I think he was also Gerald could have a big chance. If he had done that to the right side, then he's got to worry about those huts now.
Yeah. All right.
So forcing those options out of the game.
Yeah, look how effective that poison was, just shutting everything down. The baby dragon on top, raining fire from above. And that barbarian barrel was there to tank, and it did not last long enough for Geralt. We see the baby dragon, the Knight, as always, being these tanks now for the graveyard, right? What else could Geralt have done really to push through? Is there anything he could have done different?
There could have been a few more tornado moments like this if the Ice Wiz was able to survive, but the placement of those musketeers from Reiki Jones were really good because he knew that tornado can mess up a lot of push that he's trying to go on his own. So the placement really made it hard for Gerald to actually land that tornado. That's why it wasn't being used too many times. So great plays from both, but aggressive plays from Reiki Jones and smart baiting out that poison really changed the entire game.
Yeah, forcing his opponent to play in his bull court instead of the you know, instead of going down that other lane,
Yes.
really did help him close that out.
Whew.
We do see Line now coming in for Geralt here.
And Geralt still new player, still winning out one game. Not bad. I think this is still a great chance for Talon to actually kick back into the standings. Let's see where how good this player will end up by the end of the season. For now, only King of the Hill as a first player.
Yeah, but we know how good Talon are generally at King of the Hill. They tend to go toe-to-toe with everyone they face. They face Nova, Team Timing, Kicks, TT. I'd say apart from Nova Esports, who kind of wiped the floor with them, the other ones, the King of the Hill was easily Talon's. Like, Talon played incredibly well in that King of the Hill. They know how to play King of the Hill properly. They have the right orders. They seem to have a good idea of where they're going. But then they falter when it comes to that triple draft and the final set. So I'm expecting Talon to win the King of the Hill here. But then I think Ponos definitely have a really strong advantage in that triple draft based on results, based on how we've seen the teams drafting, all that good stuff.
Yeah, maybe Talon. I'm pretty sure they have good knowledge on the triple draft and through the practice. Maybe what they have been practicing has just not been showing up too many times within the actual games. That does happen. I think they certainly have a chance, especially with Line. If he just jumps half a step more, there are always better chances of Talon taking the entire match. I'm really looking forward, like Line just stepping up to become the ace player, as he does have a lot of records of last year of placing really high. So yeah, Talon certainly has another potential for a Korean squad.
Yeah, and looking at the people he's beaten in King of the Hill, Line has beaten Elsiup, he's beaten Nuri, he's beaten Icelore, he's beaten D-King. Those are some of the strongest players.
That's right.
In this league.
But no AUK.
No, he lost to AUK, he lost to Sado, and he lost to
Yes,
B-King.
I remember that game. That's exactly why I brought it up. I think AUK is like the strongest right now. Like Solomon and AUK, like up there.
If they were
like
on the
they're
same
above
team,
the clouds.
Imagine if they were on the same team.
That's Team China, man.
All right, so all Line has to do to bring this to Talon is win one game. He wins this one game. If he loses, then it goes down to their last player, which could be Blizzard. It could be One Crown. So it is all available for Talon in this King of the Hill. Reiki Jones, though, he's lost Tengod. He's already beat Geralt. Can he beat Line in this one? Look at the deck cost, though. Line really does favor that 3.5 to 4.0 elixir cost deck.
Yeah, he's had that minor skeleton barrel even yesterday, 2.6. So the cycle has been incredibly quick. Like, we have like less than 3 elixir average decks out there, and it happens so many times, like 2.8 balloon decks, 2.6
Hog cycles.
Yeah, if you can't match that cycle, you just lose.
But you can always find breaks in those cycles, though. There are those players who will brute force, and we see on top of the ladder and grand challenges where we have
like
Golem players,
decks, Expo decks.
Golem players and
Expo's
Expos.
always a good defensive.
Yeah,
and we have Line here, so that's always an option.
Yeah, so
okay, Musketeer, in range with the hut.
So
good
what
response
decks are we
with the
seeing
baby.
Bridge spam for Reiki.
With the Bandit.
And the minions. Oh, Mega Knight. Okay.
Yeah, still can have lot more bridge to go against it.
Barbarians from Line. What deck is this? What deck are you feeling here, G-Clef?
With the Barbarians? Go straight in with the Miners. Still can just go in with the heavy guts. I think he really wants to have a big defensive role with the Barbarian because to save up elixirs.
Barrel there, stopping that charge, but the charge still comes through. Tried to catch it with that Goblin HUD and just gets closed down. Look at the damage that Reiki Jones managed to seep through there. Line taking a massive hit from that Bandit. Okay, Musketeer again coming in. Nicely defended here. What are you pondering there, G-Clef?
I mean, if we saw some guards at all.
Okay, so it is Lava Hound. So we've seen Lava Hound a lot in the no-tilt. It did work relatively well.
Yeah, was going to say if we saw some guards, it could have been lava balloon miner, but instead of guards, it's just barbarians here with the hut.
So does that make the balloon a little bit too expensive in this thing?
Yeah, less likely to see the balloon wood here. So just lava miner.
Okay, Musketeer and minions here on the defense. The Bandit trying to sneak in underneath. The Mega Minion actually connected and eating another charges line here. He needs this push to work, and it's wall breakers from Royale Jones. Good bar barrel to shut them down. And a miner comes through, isn't caught by that Mega Knight, so it is gonna eke away at that tower. Is it gonna finish it? 27 remaining. So that poison will be able to finish it for line, but Royale Jones has a lot of work to do. We're into the last 15 seconds of this one.
Great placement of that musketeer from Royale Jones, leading that hut easily, and he's got his own miner with that quick push around those barbarians. Keeping that musketeer alive is the key. But with that last tick from poison,
Yep. Should have seen that Mega Knight wall breakers coming. Oh, the wall breakers must have connected and finished that tower.
yeah,
Okay.
just before overtime. Well, let's go.
Game on now. So it is the Mega Knight wall breakers deck for Royale Jones. It is Lava Hound, Miner, Poison here for line. So this is whose matchup would you say this is in favor of?
Well, Lava's a little too slow, and for 2 crown, Royale can spam a lot just like this, but against those barbarians will be some troublesome. Mega Knight has to work against those barbarians in a big splash.
This is kind of a big push coming in. The Miner there
Zap.
to help tank for those pups, and the Mega Minion connects onto the tower. There's 3 pups and a Mega Minion just
He's out of
eating
elixirs.
away at that tower. 5:20 remain. The baby dragons are there. Another Lava Hound, this time in the pocket. This looks like it should be over here.
Yeah, there's no way. And the only entire basically minions and musketeer, and they're not gonna stop the lava.
And the baby dragon survives to finish that tower. Line taking out Royale Jones here.
So for the advantage for the 2nd crown, for the bridge spam and the bandit dashes, if you have those jump and dashes, it's so much easier to actually just go in. But against those barbarians, and a few other tools on the ground just made it near impossible. Even with the Mega Knight, it's a little hard. I mean, that type of combination with the wall breaker miner, it's not too often that we see that. It's usually with the hunter or that ice golem bandit. Also fooled us a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking bad for Line. He did let quite a few bandit charges come in, but the barbarians was such a smart choice against the Mega Minion here, and this bandit here, look at this, straight into the tower. But the lava pups got the work done. Poison takes out the musketeer, 307, and then we had a double trade there with both towers.
Yeah, this could have been really dangerous, but look at that. Barbarians surrounding the Mega Knight plus the bandit, getting no dashes out of that, making sure it's away from that Princess Tower. And right after that push, Royale Jones is dry. He's out of elixirs. He can't even use a zap here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the first time we've seen Line play Lava Hound. Just double checking my list.
Usually does not play air. That's for sure.
And he usually doesn't play very big, heavy decks.
He loves defensive cycle decks. Either super cheap cycle or just minor cycle defensive way. But this is not type of his play, but still if you're able to win. I mean, so Royale Jones had some great placement of that musketeer, keeping it alive. The key here, barbarians certainly, and the weight that Line had. Using that time, the patience before you actually put down that barbarians around that Mega Knight. Absolutely beautiful play.
Okay, so I'm looking at Royale Jones's deck choices so far this season. That is the first time he has played the Mega Knight Wallbreaker deck. We didn't see it at all last week. I feel like we didn't see it much after the balance changes.
So Wallbreaker is still very popular, but because how quick the cycle has been, the Mega Knight has been falling out in popularity list. So I think that's what you kind of don't expect to see in tournaments, but that's exactly what you bring to have the reverse psychology in a way. I think that's exactly what Royale Jones had, plus that bandit in the deck.
Yeah. I think we saw Blizzard I believe, yesterday playing a Mega Knight.
Yeah, Mega Knight with the Goblin Gang. Yeah, Mega Knight.
Mega Knight Goblin Gang
Skeleton,
Miner,
Skeleton Barrel,
Barrel,
yes. Which was always his deck with the Inferno Dragon, but without it this time with the new meta. But still was able to do okay, but we see a lot less Mega Knight compared to week 1 and 2.
Yep.
Just faster cycle. If you get that spawn damage on top of a lot of units, that's good, but unless it's like a wall breaker or like a bridge spam heavy deck, you might be falling out of cycle the moment you put that down onto the other side. So it's been going out of trend to, it's been a lot more trendy to not have that Mega Knight.
Mm-hmm.
Go for that really quick, maybe just nice golem. A lot more Knight. So Knight has been serving a lot of roles, not just in graveyard, sometimes kicking in for.
I mean,
what others?
Do you remember when you would see Knight, Archers, Ice Golem?
Yeah,
and
then
you'd be like,
it's
it's
an
2.6
Expo.
It's 2.6 Expo.
That's Expo, Ice-Bow.
And it's that core, like, Knight has become so popular in so many different decks.
Just because, I believe the only patch that Knight actually got was the HP buff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually
huge.
All I needed. Yeah, Knight was actually falling out of popularity and use. And then after the buff, see how many times it's coming out? It's actually a lot more popular than the Ice Golem, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Because of Graveyard. Now we do have the one from Ponos. It is KK. Can he turn everything around for Ponos?
So looking at the stats just before we got into this, that was one of the first times that Line has played a deck over 4 Elixir. Average cost.
Yeah, he's not that
He's not that player.
heavy.
But KK plays a lot of different decks. The last time we saw him play Hog Rider Earthquake, we've seen him play the Golem version of the E-Golem deck, if that makes sense, where you have the Battle Healer Electro Double Dragon, but then he throws in the Curveball with a real Golem instead of the Elixir Golem. So what are we going to see from KK this time round as he goes head-to-head with Talon?
So KK could be, with Poison, I think this could be another matchup with the Graveyard Mirror.
Could be.
Yeah, with the difference of how we just had a game with Gerald and Ten God in a way. Musketeer versus the Ice Wiz.
It's going to be a Royal Giant from KK. Okay. It's a deck.
But from all the way behind, so he does certainly have the EQ. And with another setup.
What is he going to use here to protect the front of this Royal Giant? He uses the Musketeer at the back, which just exposes the Royal Giant to even more damage here. But it is going to finish off that bomb tower and probably connect here to the tower of the one. Just one shot, but this Mini P.E.K.K.A. and Musketeer, this is looking kind of bad for Line.
Yeah, even the Bar Bear also has to be pulled with that Tornado. So KK was trying to get some value, because he knew that Baby Dragon is at least going to survive after the poison.
So, interesting choices. Royal Giant at the bridge, where 90% of players decide to play that card. And we do see it going head-to-head with the Bomb Tower. Bomb Tower will take it out, especially with that Barbarian to finish it off before it gets that shot. And onwards towards the tower he goes, and he's going to be faced the Green Menace, the Goblin Hut.
And a mini pick off to the right. Just to pull, there are not that many good tools that Line has. So has to use that Tornado with the hit to the tower.
Yep, activating his King Tower, but it's not going to matter much. Here is the Graveyard now from Line. The offensive poison comes down. And look at that, KK's just like, all right, I see what you're doing. I'm going to drop a Royal Giant down there.
He had it ready with the hut. And the lightning, I was wondering if EQ, he had lots of timing to use that already.
Oh, look at that. The Tornado pulls in the Barbarian, but pulled the Royal Giant a bit too far away. And that just made the Barbarian tank those hits that would have killed that Royal Giant.
Yeah, I think he allowed one more shot from Royal Giant instead with the Tornado pull, but he had to use it anyhow to pull that Giant Being. And mini pick off to the right again, forcing out at least some kind of card. And Line, not in time. Oh, just in time to get that down, but still not enough for a perfect defense.
Still takes one hit here. The poison comes down from Line. The Baby Dragon is there to start eating, is gonna get a splash on the tower, I believe, when it hit that Goblin. It looked like it did, but I'm not sure if that was a poison tank.
So KK wants to have all those huts because he can time it with the Royal Giant a lot easier with the troop of Spear Goblins.
Yeah, well, poison does put a a thorn in that plan, as it does kill those goblins before they can get to the bridge to support the Royal Giant here. We see the Royal Giant played at the back.
Yeah, because Poison is out of Line's hand right now. So great placement, using all that time to gather all the elixirs for Lightning against the bomb tower, and Line knows it.
Doesn't go against the bomb tower with the Lightning now in a graveyard coming down from Line. Is this going to be able to deal a lot of damage? No, the goblins pop out from that hut. Tornado to bring everything back. He cannot afford to take a hit.
Double RG.
But double RG barreling down this tower. There is the bomb tower. Oh, and that's going to be it. I think the Barbarian's going to finish 60 HP remaining. All right, so one more Lightning for KK can finish this. What can Line do? It looks as though it's an impossible position.
Yeah, it's a little too far away, not even half HP down on that left with that Lightning and a defensive graveyard.
If it had come half a second sooner, 3 of those skeletons would have eaten the Lightning damage and it would have survived.
Yes.
Not a terrible choice there. It could have worked, because it happened to me yesterday.
But it had to work like 10 times in a row, and you still need like 5 more minutes in order to win. So it was going to be KK's win regardless. But great control on his elixir. As okay, I have a lot saved up, but if I use the RG before the double elixir, I don't have enough for a Lightning anyhow. So let me just hold it and pretend like it's an EQ and force out the bomb tower a few times, and then suddenly catch him off guard.
Yeah, it was good play. The tornado there was good, but look at that. It reset the positioning and allowed that Barbarian to be in front of the Royal Giant when the Royal Giant crosses the bridge again, allowing it to get that extra shot in. And those goblins in the back.
Yeah, it was made by KK. I mean, Lion had no choice.
Yeah. Forced error, I think we would say. And then the Royal Giant here polishes it off the Lightning, and then the Barbarian to 60 HP.
If it was tennis, he suddenly went up to the net and raised the net a little bit higher, so to cause that force, which is totally not how you play tennis, but just because you brought forced error up. Yep, KK. I mean, the reason why at the beginning of the season, we said Ponos seems to be a lot stronger. They combined the superstars of both Japanese squad into Ponos, and because of KK and what they had before in original Ponos roster, they had a lot more potential, but still on 0-3, and Talon still has a chance because Blizzard, I think he's got something up his sleeves right now.
Blizzard has a lot up his sleeve, but hasn't particularly had the greatest season. He is 4-3 in terms of King of the Hill. He lost to Elsiop, he lost to Sado, he lost to Icelo, but has beaten Benzer, Legend, AUK, and Xiaoke. So, King of the Hill is where Talon shines. After that, not so much.
Yeah, so exactly the opposite of what everyone thought, basically. Okay, Blizzard, creativity. Plays something else when no one plays it. Like the Magic Archer Skeleton Barrel before the changes, when everyone started using it, he was the only one using it on the stage for tournaments, and he actually had a lot of wins because of that. But so we thought, okay, triple draft, creativity, what works? Okay, whatever cards that comes out, he can certainly combine them and use it together, but not the case. All losses in triple draft.
Yep, only losses.
Which was the opposite of what we thought.
He did win 2
games,
not the
but
no sets. Yeah.
So that's been a really big time struggle for Talon, which they expected to win the triple draft with the skills that Blizzard actually had, which seemed to really match the format with their roster, has turned out to be the opposite. So that's why Talon is really struggling this season.
Yeah, Talon need to find a player who is good at drafting, who's good at the triple draft. Where is that going to come? They've tried Blizzard. They tried him 3 times. Not so good. Line tried it once. Is it time for One Crown or Gerald to be in that position? Well, we're going to have to find out, because we're going to have KK against Blizzard. Now, Blizzard last played the minor wall breakers with the bomb tower. He has played the Mega Knight deck that is his, I would say. The one where it's Mega Knight, Skeleton Barrel, Bats, Inferno Dragon.
Yeah, with the Goblin Gang Inferno Dragon. Yes. Certainly his tool to use.
Looks like it might be that now. We do see the skeleton and the log come down.
Yeah, skeleton barrel. With skeleton barrel, log and snowball has been super popular. Yeah, this is with the princess. It's the shotgun, the double barrel.
This could be the wall breaker version that he has. Nope, it's gonna be the goblin barrel coming in. Does get one stab.
There were some weird version with the princesses, but usually I think this is the most common that we see from Line 2 and oftentimes from Blizzard.
Yep, here is the skeleton barrel and Mini P.E.K.K.A at the bridge. Is it going to connect? No, the skeleton's there. Excellent distraction tool here for Blizzard. What is he going to do?
Yeah, KK with the E-Wiz. Could it be another MK graveyard? Yeah, E-Wiz does pair up with lots of Mega Knight.
All right, well, we see a Goblin Hut. As always, there is the barrel thrown right towards the back. Log comes in, doesn't matter. Princess gets one hit on that tower from the bridge, though.
Yeah, not bad. Also, E-Wiz getting a hit onto the tower. So KK, yeah, waiting for that double elixir time to actually kick in strong. But against the... So for the advantage, when it goes... So if KK is able to defend it really nicely, so far not too bad in the double elixir time, and he finds an okay cycle, then he should be good enough. But when it goes to like all the way towards the end, triple cycle, against a double barrel deck, it's really, really hard to have perfect defense on both sides. So KK's got to be crisp about his timing.
I mean, Blizzard can overwhelm here, and the barrel actually gets a lot of damage with the Knight distracting again. That Stabby Goblin got a couple of extra hits that he had no right getting.
So the other spell has to be something heavy, not the snowball, not the zap. So KK's in big trouble even if he has an RG.
Okay, here, Mini P.E.K.K.A almost got to the tower. Dark Goblin sacrificing itself there to protect the princess. So 1, 2, 3, 9 on that top right tower on KK. It's not looking good for him so far.
The only logs and skeletons, sometimes the E-Wiz, but E-Wiz is not going to be perfect most of the time against the Goblin Barrel. So you gotta really time it perfectly with the cycle, but the cycle from Blizzard is too quick. It's a little too low in an average elixir.
That was a very long Goblin Barrel there, and it gave KK the opportunity to defend it with skeletons and a Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Has the same RG deck with the lightning RG, finally getting some shots to the tower.
Love to push it back, gets 3 in there, 1-1-6-3, and suddenly KK takes quite a commanding lead.
He was plus those skeletons. I like that defense. KK is not willing to get any more damage because he's chipping in some RG now.
Yeah, so Blizzard decides to go down the opposite side. Dark Goblin picking away at that Goblin Hub, but the Baby Dragon, because the Knight walks so far away, leaves the Dark Goblin exposed there. Log comes in, so we see the Knight.
Now KK's find a really good cycle against those two barrels. And KK's looking for that RG time.
Yep, we do get a couple of skeleton hits in here though, and that gives Blizzard a slight advantage. Baby Dragon coming towards, and there's a long barrel again. Log, whoa,
missing one Goblin.
Two hits there again, and 8:40 remaining. Blizzard slowly bringing this in. We're going into that 60-second left triple elixir period. Is this where Blizzard can overwhelm KK's defense?
Oh, perfect defense with the skeletons plus that Mini P.E.K.K.A, but Princess has been working out, so Baby Dragon has to be on the left, forcing out a few more, and even on E-Wiz, because that skeleton barrel was not really going to that hut.
6-7-2, there is the lightning, and a log to defend. That log is going to get a little bit more damage into that tower, so Blizzard maintains his advantage going into 30 seconds left before we go to the tiebreak. One hit there, 4-8-9. It is slowly becoming his game, but the lightning is a game changer. Can KK
18 seconds
go back to that and still defend? That is the question. He could use one more lightning and give himself a very short advantage, but he needs to defend. He can't afford to take any more damage.
Blizzard. Death damage doesn't go in, but the Goblin's all the way in the back. Was not caught. You can't catch everything. Did not have the login cycle. It was way too quick. When you're waiting for your own lightning, that does not finish the game.
He was holding on, trying to cycle to that lightning to get the next advantage. When he plays it, it's an unfortunate timing where Blizzard just has stuff going forward. You spend 6 elixir to try and just take it so that when it does come down to that tiebreak, you win it. And unfortunately, it just didn't help him there. He ended up losing because he overcommitted the elixir.
That's true, and even though he saved up on his RG, it's really hard when you're not really getting your value, only basically hitting the tower and maybe those small few units, like you want to catch those musketeers, maybe the ice whiz, maybe some more value like 4-cost units, but all you can really catch is maybe those dark goblins, maybe some princess, and damage the tower, which is sometimes worth the trade, but usually Blizzard can actually catch you off guard because you're just using 6 elixirs down with a spell.
Yeah, those goblins going towards the back of that tower was nice play. The E-Wiz had nothing to do with them. The skeletons were busy distracting him, and that finished it off for Blizzard. Look at the cycle, 2.8. Ridiculously low cycle on Blizzard's deck, and whenever you get that fast cycle versus a heavier deck, it's really hard on the heavy deck to maintain. But when you hit that triple elixir, that's where you're supposed to explode with a heavy deck,
Yeah,
right?
double elixir has been super popular. Yeah, super popular. Used almost 6 times already just within the tournament. The exact same tool, 2.8. You can have, if you're good with those mind tricks, if you can get those cycles, if you can mess up the cycles of your opponent, especially when someone's using like a golem, even E-golem pretty heavy, well, RG, you just name it. It's going to be a big push, a slow one. So you have all the time in the world to stop that from coming across the bridge and all that. But you can actually control the game with your own cycle, which is good. Which, if you're on top and if you can, just give some tricks, maybe the tri-split, maybe one over the Princess Tower, sometimes behind, wait for that skeleton damage. I mean, Blizzard's got all the mind control down. I mean, KK also known as a great Goblin Barrel player since
Forever.
ever since he was known, basically. But still, against it's really hard when you just have a log. That's what it is if you just have a log and not much of a tool. If you had like a heal spirit, which yesterday AUK pulled some great defense with the heal spirit against those skeleton barrel when they split, get to the tower, you can actually have a perfect defense with 1 elixir cost, which you can't do it every single time. Even for a pro says it's really hard to do it every single time. But if you can manage to do it, if you have that heal spirit, it's okay. But it's out of tools to actually have that near perfect defense for KK.
Yeah, you were talking about like throwing the Goblin Barrel further back, but the one time that Blizzard did it, one of the times he did it, it got caught by skeletons and mini P.E.K.K.A.
Yes, perfect defense.
And you're just like, I wanted you to log, man. It's like that's what Blizzard would be thinking, right? It's like, why did you throw down that? Where's the log? I want you to throw the log so I can go for my skeleton barrel.
And when that barrel was just a little higher, we could tell it was by 1 further off to the back, and KK had a perfect log for that. Plus, it was also catching not all of the skeletons, but something maybe like the knight that was crossing the bridge. So KK wanted to save up and get more value from a single log, deleting those goblins, plus something else. I think that's what he was trying to calculate all the time, which made it really hard when the triple elixir time comes,
Finishes it up, Okay, triple draft.
Yes.
Talon again win a King of the Hill.
That's right.
Now it's on to triple draft.
Just like before.
Time and time again,
Is it time for Blizzard to really shine? I mean, triple draft, sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it works. But there are players who's certainly getting, like, in a team after a lot of weeks now, there's certainly a player who's getting a lot higher of a win rate compared to everyone else in a team.
In scrims as well.
In scrims and also scrims with other players from other team, not just other players within the team. So that has been the same case for all the teams. I've talked to many, including the Korean teams and Southeast Asia, and then I think that's going to be basically the key. And sometimes they just say, okay, triple draft, the cards were okay, but because of some unused card or less used cards, they do make placement mistakes from not too often, but only in triple draft because they're just not used to that combination as much.
Yeah. Okay, so it is gonna be Line.
It's Line
versus Rad. Now Line
Who are they going to have for set 3? Oh, if they win triple draft, they don't have to have anyone for set 3, but okay.
Yeah, but even if they lose this, then they've got Blizzard in that position, and Rad is going to come in. So Rad has played 0 triple drafts. Line has played 1 against D-King and got hammered.
Yes, I remember that.
So what are we going to see here? We do have Rad in red for Ponos at the top, and Talon's Line in blue at the bottom. And throwing out the Kissy Goblin emote.
Oh, did we ever have the stats for emotes yet on the left? Okay.
No, we haven't. They're still building those.
Yeah,
we
that's
need some
coming
quality, soon. We need some quality
Quality
data
numbers, man. We can't just have like 3 versus 2. No. At least 10 or more. And so far, yeah, offensive rate means if you play a first card, the chances of winning.
So he has won 80% of the times he has played the first card.
Yeah, Rand had, and yeah. Oh, there's the first card. What does that mean, Simon?
Pack it in. Line is done. He's lost this one. Let's go on to game 2. Defensive win rate as well as when your opponent plays the first card, and he has a perfect, like 50% win rate there. Of course, Red has only played 4 games. 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6 games. All right. He's played 6. He's played 4 King of the Hill 1 sets, and then he's played 2 1v1 sets. So he has been used quite a lot in that 1v1. Bringing him forward here into the triple draft. How's that going to work out?
So now we know, all we know for now is the small spell card, Log. And usually a great pickup right now with the Barbaro Log. I think the moment you see it, you just pick it up. Yeah. Sometimes we do see the delivery.
Very rarely.
Just from my experience from the clan.
Yeah, but I mean, Royal Delivery is in a very packed group here with Arrows, Log, Zap, Snowball, Barbaro, Tornado. So Delivery, I don't think.
If I get like Tornado, Zap, Delivery, then I choose Delivery because there tends to be lots of distraction card with lots of troops.
If it goes against Arrows, we were talking about this yesterday. Arrows is one of the best cards in this map.
Yeah, which is true. It's easy to catch.
All right, so
and
we do
Flying Machine.
Flying Machine coming down the left, and a Battle Healer coming down that right against the Barbarians from that barrel, and a Night Witch. But Rad loads up.
Oh, instant.
The Hogs. There's a Tesla.
Not bad.
Good Tornado bringing everything in. The lightning comes down. Does
not good.
Eviscerate the Night Witch. Is that the extent of what you're going to do? No,
yes,
good. That's good.
That's a professional commentating right there. Yeah, with that Lightning Witch line, certainly did not expect against the Tesla. Still really good to break through with the Hogs.
Yeah, both players relatively even on Elixir, but the longer that Barb Hut is out there, the more value it accrues. We can see here it's going to take out the Musketeer, but it is going to fall to the Battle Healer on its own. Battle Healer going down the right on a Golem.
Still the win condition. I was about to say, with the Flying Machine, Battle Healer, Night Witch, it's actually a pretty good Golem deck.
It is not bad, that's for sure. And Fisherman bringing it down that middle section.
That's not what you want to see from as a Golem player.
It's not bad because it can open up a window into
yeah, but
your
still,
Princess
it doesn't line up the healing area from the Battle Healer. That's the thing, which is supposed to power up your Golem push so much more.
The Hogs come in. Tesla
Lightning instantly. Oh.
Tornado into the King Tower. Fisherman is going to connect on that right-hand side. Not too much damage getting done by him. He now has some backup. That Princess Tower has the King Tower. And at the bridge, the Flying Machine's going to go down to a Mega Minion.
Yeah, at least the Flying Machine is still alive. If the Flying Machine gets caught in that lightning, along with the Tesla plus the tower, talk about the worst situation possible for Line.
All right, Line going for the no-skill play, playing the Golem right at the back, down in that bottom corner.
No, man. Golems are always tough things.
It's a top skill deck. All right, Tesla comes in. Is going to start wailing away. There is the Battle Healer, and the Fisherman here just fast-forwarding that Golem's run through the field. And is this... Oh, and another Golem. That's a quick lineup of an extra Golem, and a Night Witch played slightly off to the side. We do have some Barbarians coming down that right-hand side. He does need to try and deal with those.
Yeah, that matters less, but the Executioner actually breaking through, so has to change its position. It was doing too much damage to the Night Witch too.
Yeah, the Executioner just does so much work against the Golem deck. It obliterates everything. Night Witch. The Fisherman actually allowed one bat to get a hit there.
Hogs trying to get through that golem. Actually, Fisherman helps.
Yeah, it
in
does.
a way.
If you play it at the wrong position, the Fisherman will help the Golem get towards that tower quicker, and you might be able to stack some of that death damage, but it looks like the Lightning and the Hogs is just going to be too much for Line to deal with, and Tiebreaker finishes that. Down it goes.
Ooh, Rad just using the barb up against the Golem all the time, plus the Fisherman, which could have helped, but it was always, Rad always had extra elixirs to put that hut down just in case something goes wrong, so great patience.
So we were talking a little bit in that, and I just want to bring it back up. The Fisherman pulling the Golem into the middle is
towards the King Tower?
Towards the King Tower is not necessarily a bad thing, because what that will do is any of the defensive troops that were trying to defend the Golem move that way. So as the Golem player, you now have a nice little window where your Night Witch and probably the Battle Healer can just charge down the lane, and if there's no other distractions there, they connect to the tower while everything else is trying to take out the Golem.
Yes, and Rad actually had a lot of counter Golem push tools, not just against the Golem, which he actually doesn't. He doesn't have like a P.E.K.K.A. or the mini P.E.K.K.A., but what he had was lots of splash damage, and even with that Executioner charging through the Golem and also hitting the Night Witch behind it, or a lot of units. Also the Bomber.
Yeah, Bomber is not a very good card to look at when you're playing as Golem, but also that Barb Hood. Look how much it allows. That just stops the Golem dead. Barbarians come out and just clean it up. That is what Barbarians are pretty good at doing right now, is just obliterating these slow, heavy tank cards.
Yeah, and Lion always, he was most likely to, he was forced to keep that Tornado against those Hogs. Usually the Tesla was the only tool to defend against those Hogs. Few range hits, that was about it. But if he was pitting Musketeer down as a defensive tool next to a Tesla, it was going to be even worse for him because that Lightning was coming down all the time, deleting all those. Yeah, Battle Healer hit was not bad, but on the Night Witch and or Musketeer and the Tower Tesla, that's pretty bad for him.
It is really bad. Okay, I gotta say, if you see your opponent has the option of Royal Hogs, and you have the option of Golem, because they will appear at the same time.
Yes, win condition.
Would you pick the Golem?
I mean, it depends on what's on the side of Golem.
I mean, if it was the first pick, and you get the Golem...
if I had the E-Golem, I would pick E-Golem.
Yeah. What if it was Hog Rider, Goblin Giant?
Hog Rider, Goblin Giant.
Hog Rider, Goblin Giant, Golem.
Hog Rider. I'm more of a faster cycle guy.
And especially when you see like the Royal Hogs, you know that you're gonna invest 8 elixir in this giant body, and your opponent just goes, well, all right, fine. Throws down the Royal Hogs.
Yeah, and against the Royal Hogs, the opponent might actually not have that many small elixir, and you get to see all the cards available on the other side, and then you see, okay, you can't memorize everything, but there are some players who are really good with memorizing, and who actually can memorize most of the cards, but I'm not there. I'm never gonna be there. Maybe in my next life, if Clash Royale is still a thing, maybe in like 3D, like we have all the AR technology.
It'll be what, you gotta remember 24 cards, they pick 8 from them, and then it's like, what do they choose? G-Cliff, are you choking up?
I think I'm about to meet my next life very soon. no, just kidding, guys. But still, Royal Hogs, it's really hard to pick the defensive tools against it when you have the triple draft. I mean, even if you can select out of all the cards, it's still hard. But when you're given few choices, that's gotta be a tough mission.
What if it was Golem, Mortar, Wall Breakers? Even with
Wall Breakers.
Mind you, but with the deck that he drafted around it.
It also depends if he had the will condition
first
to begin with, or
depends on where it appears, which we unfortunately at this time.
But we just have to play that guessing game.
Yeah. All right.
Which we usually get it right. Not bad.
Pretty all right. Okay, so what are we gonna see here?
A few more emotes. Yes.
Adding those to the tallies. Goblin Hut. Okay, Royal Giant. This could be what goes with a Royal Giant?
Ghost.
Oh, Royal Ghost. My bad.
That old Still, Dark Prince is...
Pretty good answer.
Yes.
Royal Ghost. Night Witch.
Okay, it might be some other type of golem from Rat this time or something. It looks like that kind of push, like the old golem push. Then a surprise balloon.
From Rad.
Ram Rider to snare and provide that slow on top of that cart with that boost in speed.
Look at that, the cannon cart
In
just
range.
went 0 to 60, and of course it's in range. It's basically sitting on the tower. Unfortunately, it does get taken down, but so much
And that
damage
Princess,
getting done.
yeah, Princess hit was also hitting on Dark Prince, Dark Prince plus that.
Oh, Lion, this is dirty. That is
Too
just,
much. That is too much.
It's too much, man. Like,
Like-
you got to give him a chance. This
Like
is
you need to
triple
emote right now. That's your chance. I'm like, thanks.
All right, the Royal Ghost does connect to the tower. It
Yeah, I
looks
think
like
it's
Red.
I think it's a good idea to give that up
Yeah.
and to save elixirs
All right,
to maybe look for that balloon chance again.
Well, we'll see. Both players have 100% win rate when taking down the
Minion
tower.
horde. Poison.
Oh,
Worst
perfectly
could have
read.
been arrows, but poison is still really bad.
The bowlers from that, the Ram Rider there, just holding the balloon, just leaving it in the middle of no man's land.
I believe it's still 80% slow.
Yeah, it is, but that's basically 0.
Yeah, it's, it's basically 100% slow. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, pocket cannon card. You really have to. Yeah, think about its range.
Okay, balloon coming in.
Okay,
There
now
is the Ram Rider to slow everything down to a crispy crawl.
Okay, one more slow onto the balloon, and the E-Wiz on top. So the fireball does catch it just before the drop. It goes away.
All right, so in terms of matchup, this looks as though Line had every answer, every win condition, every way of just dismantling what Rad has.
Yeah, especially the first few cards and the Ram Rider choice.
If you see your opponent with the balloon and you think they're going to pick it and you get the Ram Rider, you pick it 100% because it just does this. It just leaves it in vulnerable positions. 2 HP left on that top right tower. The log will finish it. 2 crowns for the fantasy players right there.
That's
Line
right.
taking game 2.
Yeah, 1-1 tie. Line certainly hitting back. Win condition. Well said, Simon. I mean, you see a balloon, you have the Ram Rider. Yeah, why not win the game with just a single pick?
I mean, it depends what the other cards are, right? Because if it is, let's say, it's Royal Hog's balloon and
Maybe like wall breakers,
Wall
or like
breakers.
Goblin Barrel or something like that.
But I mean, Ram Rider actually is pretty good against most of the things in that win condition category. It's
So
good against the
yeah,
Battle Ram.
yeah,
It's good against the balloon.
Mhm.
Good against the giant, Goblin Giant. Wall breakers, kinda. Hog Rider. It's a really good card when faced with the options there.
Yeah, so what Rad was trying to do right here, he was trying to time it so that the Dark Prince gets in the way and take that slow instead of the balloon, but still, because it took so much time, balloon actually took too slow. Hit from that Ram Rider was just enough to not land a single hit onto the Princess Tower. I mean, Line's... He's right now, I think, certainly the best from Talon.
Yeah.
And if he can provide this kind of play a few more times, I think Talon is not that far away from their first match win.
Well, he's only got to do it one more time in this triple draft. I gotta say, Line defended his princesses really well. They seem to live forever. And they just seem to just do so much defensive work against that balloon. Against, I mean, we only saw the minion horde once. It got poisoned out of existence. It's good against the Night Witch. It's good against the Ice Spirit. It's good against that Dark Prince. Just to add that little bit of extra damage on top of it. So the princess in the opposite lane, well protected. When, you know, you already took one tower, you may as well take a second, you know?
Yep, because you could just cannon card right.
Cannon
At
card
the
in the
pocket.
pocket. What do you do?
Oh,
Hope that you get a unit down quick enough before it can move like half a centimeter, half a
no,
tile?
just have a better push with the balloon.
As
Which is
easy as that. You know how
Yes.
you don't lose in Clash Royale? You just go down the lane and you take their tower. It's that easy.
Yeah, it's a tower defense offense game, right? Like the units don't matter at all. No, it does matter so much.
Just get the Exodia card.
Just collect the 7 cards and then you win. No damage, you just win.
If you could get 5 cards in your hand at the same time, it's an automatic victory.
Which it never happens because you only get 4.
I know. I know. Okay, so in terms of draft, would you say that Line had the perfect counter draft or the perfect aggression draft?
I think he had all out basically, sort of close to what we had from Bridge Spam in lots of decks. Cannon Cart, Ramrider serves their role, and also having the Ramrider push the Cannon Cart into the building just sealed the first crown for him.
It went so fast.
Yeah.
It literally activated turbo mode on that Cannon Cart. Okay, we have 30 seconds of this draft remaining. 3 cards left to pick for Line. Usually when they take their time, that is usually a bad sign. It means that they don't have the cards that they want to see in the draft.
That's actually true.
Occasionally it means that they have 3 amazing choices and they don't know which one to take. But we all know in triple draft it usually means they don't have a good option available.
Or just using the rest of the time to think about like your opponent's choices, the possible choices that you remember out of all those options. Okay, the final game. The Talon on a match point.
Yep. Rad needs to win this to take us to that 1v1. We see Zappies against Miner.
Yep.
Log comes in.
Royal Hogs, any kind of Hogs or Bridge Spam heavy. Works really well with the Zappies.
A Wizard. Seems to be his home.
We're seeing a few Wizards, not just in triple draft anymore. Well, I mean, what happened yesterday stays.
I erased that out of my memory. I don't like seeing Wizards in
So
competitive
Wizard
play.
is not 100%, 0% win rate anymore. Oh, Hogs from Line this time.
Yeah, Fireball comes in, just separates everything up, but that Wizard survives with a slither of HP. It's going to be able to at least deal a little bit of damage to this push coming in, but that is 4 Barbarians plus the Dark Prince.
Which is still not bad. The Log being able to do some more chip damage, and the initial damage actually came out from the Wizard hitting onto the Dark Prince, which was sort of lucky for Line.
So we do see the win condition from Line. We do not see the win condition here from Rad right now, which is implying it might be something
Royal Giant.
heavy. And it is the Royal Giant.
And a P.E.K.K.A.
P.E.K.K.A. from Line.
Chip, but the Zappies might make it just a little slower, so those allow 2 hits at least.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is now Line has a very heavy tank going down that side. Puts the Miner in front of the Night Witch as well, which now explodes into... Look at that, it explodes into the Bats, and the Bats are going to be able to get onto this tower with the Miner.
What's happening?
Just Rad not choosing to defend. The Hogs come in. Where is his elixir? Where is Rad's elixir?
Archers cost 9. That's why they're 9 on top. Well, Rad, I think he spent a lot onto that Royal Giant, which melted with just 2. And then a lot of Barbarians in defense. Barbarian barrel, 1 hit from the P.E.K.K.A. Just instant melt, which was right next to the P.E.K.K.A. anyhow. So his cart placement, I think, had to be 1 more on the left to pull that P.E.K.K.A. at least.
Yep.
Or more towards the bridge before that time.
Okay, so we see the ever popular Miner with the Night Witch behind it. That is a very tanky push. If you can't tell the sarcasm there, it's prevalent. It's prevalent. Okay.
Oh, to the RG though.
RG comes down now. He does throw down the Bats. There is a Miner there to try and just tank up those Zappies. Look at the damage this Royal Giant is getting. That's a good few hits. Log comes in. The Wizard gonna help clean everything up there. But does go down itself.
Zappy actually finishes that Wizard. I'm surprised the Line was holding on to that Log. He had that Log for a long time, but wanted to get the maximum value.
And held onto that poison until the very end to close in that tower. And you know what this means?
Talon!
Talon have a victory!
Whoa, that 7th place, 8th place now. Upside down.
Is it? I think it still might stay because of
Talon
the number of
1-4.
matches.
Talon 1-4 and Ponos is
0-4, but they played 1 less.
So I think the win first, and then the amount, and then the losses.
I was thinking like games played, and I didn't consider the fact that a win is a win.
Yeah.
It's just like points. But Line
Numbers
taking
are hard, man.
Line finally gets Talon a win in triple draft.
So does this tell a lot about Talon? Do they have to keep Line on triple draft instead of Blizzard? That's going to be another question for them in the future.
Yeah, it is. But we will be back after a very short break. So stay tuned.
Don't go anywhere.
Go play a game of Clash and then come back.
I'm pretty sure they still play the game while watching, so they can learn a lot. I'm learning a lot from the pros all the time.
All right, Line wins the triple draft. We did see Blizzard close out that King of the Hill. And that is the end of Talon versus Ponos. So, yeah, good match.
Yeah, Ponos records another loss, puts them on the bottom. Yeah, but now finally we got the Q. See you in the next matchup.
welcome back to Clash Royale League East Special Season. We've already had one match tonight. Talon finally breaking that loss curve of theirs.
Yeah, curse of the triple draft, I would say.
Yeah, and they finally did it. They closed it out after King of the Hill and the triple draft. They didn't need to go to that 1v1 set, which is a first. So congratulations to Talon for finally winning. Ponos, though, the bleed is real.
It is going down all the way with a 0-4. The best they can do from now on is a 3-4 at the end of regular season, which could be okay, but I don't think that still gives them it's really of a very, very low chance of actually going and finishing top 4. I think they're already into bottom 4,
That's
very likely.
Nigh impossible, especially with their current crown differential.
It's only possible if like the top 2 teams like keep on winning and everyone else is losing. The top 2 or 3 has to have a gap in between. That's the only way basically to advance with a top 4 with a 3-4 score, which I don't think it's likely. And in percentage, I'm talking like maybe less than 20%-ish
of chance.
Yeah,
I say it's like 1. It's going to be down there.
1?
Okay.
1%?
1% chance of them finishing top 4.
Hey,
if it does happen, it's going to be a miracle turnaround.
Yeah,
at this
listen
point
to
in the
me. I'm
season.
a math major.
Really?
Yeah.
You still suffer from caster math, though.
Shut up. No. Did not say that.
All right. So we are going to go into the next match. It's going to be Nova versus TT Gaming.
Okay, which one do we talk first? I have a lot to say about both. Nova?
Go ahead on Nova.
Nova
first.
has been having their downside. They were going down the slide for some time. Well, finally, yesterday was a relief.
Definitely
Basically,
was.
yes. Because even from King of the Hill, it seemed really dangerous. They were making big mistakes. And those big name value players, they're known to not make those big spell or placement mistakes as much. Even Elsiop was having a lot of issues with placements, and also Little Chen. But they were able to come back and secured the match yesterday. And compared to them, TT Gaming, just solid roster. They don't really know how to lose. They did once, but not really.
They lost to WEDGM 0-2, but WEDGM are absolutely
they're on top.
slaughtering
Everyone.
right now. So
Everyone.
yeah, 69.2% win rate in 1v1 for AUK, and we see Aurora, Little Chen, Elsiop, and B King make up the Nova Esports squad. Elsiop with that 100% triple draft because he played one game and won one game. He beat Reiki Jones yesterday in that triple draft. They've moved Little Chen around. Little Chen was in that triple draft spot. They've moved him out of there. And now Elsiop maybe can bring it up, but we do see Aurora on stage as well, so that could be a hidden card. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, maybe for King of the Hill or Triple Draft, 1v1. Don't know yet, but because this is China versus China, all the Chinese players actually come on stage. They do play offline.
Yep.
So, which also means that we are going to get to see that Triple Draft card choices. Get ready, guys.
It looked like Elsiop was the one to take the stage in that King of the Hill before we switched to this graphic. So Xiaoke, D-King, AUK, and Nuomichi make up TTG or TT Gaming as they make their way out onto the stage right now.
Yeah, AUK, previously the old Aurora, before Aurora from Nova Esports kicked in. Wrecking everyone with really quick Royal Hog Mini with the Heal Spirit, even some of those wall breakers, some balloon decks that he has brought with the Lumberjack yesterday. Like, not just in quick plays, but switching sides from left to right. Those timings were incredibly fast. The decision making, it seems like they played the same matchup like 50 times or more. So AUK has been surprisingly like giving a lot of surprise factors in game. Let's see if it also happens. Well, there are some moments when it comes to China versus China, the decks just goes crazy, like Sparky versus Sparky.
That'd be
like a Sparky graveyard.
Sparky Expo versus.
Oh, that
Sparky.
I'm telling you, that did not happen, man. Jack did not play that deck.
All right, referee Teresa there, Gloria on the other side, and it is D-King. Yeah,
Yes.
D-King. It's so hard when they're wearing the masks. I can only see like the upper part of their face. It could be anyone. Anyone, I tell you.
No, I got it down. I got it down. Yeah, that's LC up, 100%.
Yeah, 100% that's LCF. But you
He's
know,
got the charisma, man.
he just, yeah, he carries himself. He's not doing particularly well right now in King of the Hill. He's on a very heavy losing streak. King of the Hill, LCF, he did win his first 2 games. He beat Blizzard and won Crown against Talon. Then he lost to Line, he's lost to Onion, he's lost to Sado, and he lost to Tengod. So LCF in a bit of a slump in the King of the Hill.
Yeah, LCOP's graveyard yesterday, not very fancy. It was actually, he was defending most of the time, and I will just be frank, it wasn't a close game where it actually should have been. He's really good with tornadoes and how he turns that around, like send the baby dragon with the tornado, getting 1 elixir value and gather those up like 2-3 times and then have a big mega push.
Yeah,
That's LCOP, but did not happen yesterday.
Looking at the elixir distribution there, that definitely tells that story with LCOP liking the heavy decks. Or was it LCOP liking the faster cycle? And it was D-King with the heavier preference in this tournament.
He also I don't know if that actually includes triple draft, because D-King also played lots of triple draft. And D-King has been known as a draft king for D-King. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it definitely does. Looking at LCOP's decks right now, mostly very quick cycle. Last time he played Firecracker, Mini P.E.K.K.A, Hog, EQ, that we saw a lot in no-till.
And D-King brought that 3 muskie,
which didn't exactly have a good showing in CRL East, but in the no-till worlds yesterday, in the games that we saw yesterday, 3 Musketeers and Royal Hogs actually performed pretty well.
I think it depends if you bring that Ice Golem or the Heal Spirit, and also the matchup matters so much. We'll see what they end up bringing into the arena. So far, we saw lots of quick cycles.
Yeah, D-King did play the double barrel with the Rascals, Bomb Tower, Dog Goblin, Rocket. So he played the double barrel with the Rascals. That was an interesting choice. We don't really see that
That was the
Rascals.
early version with the double barrel. Early version drawing out more spells, but it's actually much cheaper now. Yeah. With like the goblins or let me see down the list. With the knight and the princess, the dark goblin, or having either the rascals or the bomb tower or the goblin hut, you name it.
So yeah, we have seen the evolution of some of these decks in this tournament so far. We've seen the early prototype versions, we've seen the refined versions. Barrel and a baby dragon.
Yeah, Barb. Yeah, Barb also pairing up
Barb,
over half of the time with graveyard.
Yep. And the knight as well does make it sound. And there is that old familiar tune as the skeletons rise from the ground.
Yeah, D-King also has a grip. This is an early, very, very early graveyard from LCOP, which ends up getting only, I think, 2 hits from the skeleton and nothing else.
Yeah, not much damage getting done. The Musketeer trying to clean up at the back, but both those units will die.
Do they even have HP left?
Right? They're immortal. Okay. So there we have Goblin Hut and Goblin Hut.
Yeah, graveyard with the P.E.K.K.A, with the I mean, not with the P.E.K.K.A, with the Ice Wizard. So Tornado, we're expecting poison. Again, 3 spell, Tornado, Barb Barrel, and the poison from D-King.
There's the poison from D-King, just to double check and confirm that triple spell variant. We do see LCOP choosing to go for just the poison and the Barb Barrel as his spells, choosing that skeleton as a quicker cycle card here.
Yeah. Good pull from D-King to eliminate those lock from the Princess Tower to have near 0 hits from the skeletons.
And it looks like LCOP has an advantage in terms of the cards we see, right? In terms of this deck, he kind of cycles a little bit faster. He has the obviously the Knight for the tank, the poison there to help try and defend it. But the Ice Wizard and the Baby Dragon here doing a good job of just cleaning up all those skeletons. And now this is kind of a big scary push. Tornado to bring everything onto the tower.
Yeah, it's all going to matter with the Tornado, how well Deacon can actually use with that slow plus a Baby Dragon.
LCL did not defend that particularly well, and he knows it. Look at his player cam in that bottom right corner. I mean, oh my goodness. 1165 left. Tornado comes in from D-King, but D-King doesn't particularly defend that one well either. 1164. Both players on a knife edge right now. 1 HP separating their towers.
Yeah, D-King win condition basically, it's a graveyard mirror, so we'll name something. Not the graveyard is. For D-King, it's a Tornado for sure. He has to gather everything. But LCL can actually win the duel with the Musketeer if he's able to snipe onto that Ice Wizard.
Look at the damage again from that graveyard. The Tornado doesn't seem to be helping D-King particularly much because it drags the skeletons across the surface of that tower, and they get in a couple of hits extra. So 1031, just about 200 damage done there by D-King's graveyard. Will LCL be able to load up another push? There are 38 seconds remaining. There is D-King's graveyard. There is the defensive poison and the offensive poison from D-King.
Yeah, making sure the Musketeer is gone so that Ice Wizard can come across the bridge with a great Tornado. It's about time.
The Baby Dragon got a hit on the tower, and now LCL has his back to the wall. Can he get this extra damage in before sudden death starts ringing down? I don't think he's going to be able to get damage done. 198 on his tower.
8 seconds
Tornado.
left.
It's all down to this graveyard. Everything is going right for D-King. He's getting those poisons. It is going to finish. D-King is going to beat LCL. LCL goes down. D-King takes it. And LCL's King of the Hill problems continue. In a mirror matchup, nonetheless.
I do not want to pinpoint on LCL's play too much. His Musketeer away from the hut all the time so that the poison doesn't get max value, catching both Musketeer plus the hut was always away, always being aware of your opponent having a Tornado. Yeah, good placement and timing for Musketeer and the Baby Dragon. But D-King saved up so much. He actually saved up so much elixir for one perfect Tornado. And you know when perfect Tornado happen, one graveyard can actually like bring a tower down along with that graveyard.
This Tornado right there is the one you're talking about.
Hurts so much. You have to have the Baby Dragon connect onto the target plus the Princess Tower, which was the perfect choice there.
And it did get cleaned up, but he took way too much damage. And after that, LCL was on the back foot. LCL again kind of favoring that more middle positioning of the graveyard. And look at that, the Tornado dragging the units across. It was good, but it did take a couple of hits that he might not have taken otherwise, but doesn't really matter. D-King closed it.
Yeah, also D-King forced out a few defensive poison from LCL, and that basically seals. If you use one more defensive poison, and I think that was about 1 poison and maybe 1.5 poison away in
well, by the time the final graveyard went down, there was about 600. So.
Oh, really? Okay, I thought it was about like 400. Never mind. So LCL was forced to use a defensive Tornado, a defensive poison, a few more times because of that gigantic push. And what D-King can actually control is the speed with that Ice Wizard. And compared to that, LCL cannot. He has a lot more firepower, but he can't really control the speed as much as not having the Tornado. I think Tornado has an advantage. I've seen this matchup so many times. But if you're really good with the Tornado, which is actually hard. I think Tornado is the hardest spell in terms of skill level to use.
I think Tornado has like 2 tiers of skill. There's like the skill of just pulling Hog Riders into your tower. That's like
into the King Tower.
To the King Tower. Yeah. That's like the basic level, but then there is that higher echelon level.
The higher echelon level where you fail to even pull the Hog Rider to the King Tower. No, the other way.
The other way, where you pull those units into places to eke out that little bit more damage, or to give yourself that extra minor hit because the minor will finish it due to the Tornado damage and get 1 extra hit. It's a very varied and polarizing card. Like, in the hands of most people, it's an okay spell. In the hands of the elites, it's really up there.
Yeah, or oftentimes what happens to me is that I try to gain advantage because when it's overtime, my other tower is like pretty much full HP, like 2000, 2000 something, of course, over 3000 because of level 13. But sometimes I end up not pulling the target to the other side with that tornado. But these players know exactly when to pull, how to pull which unit, so that you get 1 or 2 elixir value from that pull to eliminate those backup units, and you can actually end up winning because of that.
What do you think of the graveyard placement by LCUp? Because he plays it a little bit
all the way to the right.
He plays it a little bit
side.
more central. LCUp plays it centrally.
Yeah, in this game, yes.
He played it the same way yesterday as well, where he plays it very central on the tower instead of having that outer radius basically hugging the tower.
I think if you...
It's an interesting choice, right? Like, I'm unsure as to why. Maybe it's just a comfort thing for him. But a lot of other players will move it slightly 1 tile more to the right.
To the side, yeah, to the side. I think... that's actually a good question. It forces out a lot more defensive tool to actually be not towards the king tower. Then you can actually predict. I think it's harder to predict on your own using the graveyard if you have it centralized.
Yeah, and when it's centralized, you're kind of relying on RNG a little bit. You're giving your opponent more defensive time.
Okay. Think about it. I'm thinking about it again. So if it's to the side, then you're just gonna have the knight right next to the princess tower where it's off to the side. But if it's centralized, you have to think where you put the knight or the defending, like the nice golem at. So what Deacon ended up doing a lot of the time was he had the knight plus the baby dragon to actually have that near perfect defense. Where in most of the cases, you just have the knight if you think you're overusing your elixir.
Okay.
So I think that was the main difference why Deacon was using an extra card just to be safe. Plus also the placement of the graveyard made it just a little harder, but which also let Deacon gather up a lot of his elixir on the board.
Yeah.
So he can have one big mega push with the tornado. So overall, it worked out as like counter after one another between the two players. Yeah.
Okay.
Not bad. I think it's a player characteristic, you know.
We all have our little quirks when we play. Okay. So LCUp, what does this man have to do to get a win in King of the Hill? He is not having a good time. Right now, he is on a 5-game losing streak. And if I'm correct, this might be the first time in his career as a professional that he's lost 5 games in a row this way. 5 matches, he has lost 5 times. He's lost to Talon, Kicks, Timing, Ponos, and now TT
Yeah,
Gaming.
so even last year when Nova was suffering at the beginning of 19 season 2,
3 weeks.
Yeah, first 3 weeks.
So
and then they bounced up right after. And during that time, LCA was actually shaking a lot. His play was not crisp, just like today or yesterday. He was making some small mistakes, but still small enough to actually change the result in game. And ever since he bounced up in League 4, the entire Nova squad actually did fine. Maybe just need some better time to gel. I think this meta, I mean, it's just heavy graveyard with some E-Golem and some surprise factors like the balloon and lots of wall breakers and skeleton barrels. That's like I just named like 6 cards, and that basically covers 95%.
Yeah. 2 huts.
Goblin huts. Barrels. Minor balloon.
Graveyard.
E-Golem.
E-Golem occasionally. It's
Am I missing anything? I don't think so. I mean, some hogs, but that was last week. Yeah, because of lots of bomb tower and earthquake, hogs actually came back.
We do see Goblin Giant Sparky come out, but that's mostly from
that's
the
like
Korean
5%.
teams.
That's like 5%.
It's mostly the Korean teams.
Plus Benzer sometimes. I think that's about it. And some wall breakers, but not as many these days.
And just gonna add this in here. And D-King, that's another win. So he is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2. That's a 66% win rate if my quick math is correct. So 4 and 2 here. He has beaten Wonga. He beat Higher. He beat Geralt. And now he has beaten LCUp. He has a list of nerds that he is just slaughtering left, right, and center. You know.
Yeah. So we don't exactly know why it's taking so much time to get into the next match. If you get any updates, we'll let you guys know. But so far, none.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's not triple draft for sure. It's just game 2 of King of the Hill. Maybe something's going down there.
Yeah, we'll find out. What do you think of Golem in this meta? Like, we saw next to no Golem last year. Like at the season 2 in Asia, especially, there was 0 Golem. Now it's coming out as like a clutch pick. Like you pick it occasionally because
like the regular rock golem, not the
regular
golem.
rock golem.
Okay.
I'm talking about the real golem, not the fake pretend version. That is
the fake pretend version. What are you talking about?
E-golem is a
It
pretender.
wasn't a hot drop for Halloween, man.
It's a pretender. It's not the real golem, you know.
All right.
So it's interesting that it has come up and it has had a few victories, even against matchups that it probably shouldn't. It's beaten a cycle deck or 2, even with heavy defense. So its position in the meta right now is really weird, where it works, but does it work reliably enough?
And it works not just with a single crown. Most likely, just like how E-Golem works, with the triple crown.
Yeah, you need to
one
go for the
big
jugular.
push, like a big push, getting that one crown and then going towards that 3 crown immediately after, or at least leaving it to like 400, 500 HP left with that initial push. So I think Golem is actually in an interesting spot where if you actually go against like double barrel, then you no. but if you end up getting a lot of value from your spells that allows your backup units to actually splash into lots of small troop units, then you get amazing power from that one big push. So depending on the spell choices while you have that spread and how much defensive tool the opponent has, Golem can be successful, but not too great of a level where it's like above 55% win.
We don't see many Inferno Towers, Inferno Dragons, and P.E.K.K.A.s these days.
Yeah, there are lots of bomb towers though.
Lots of bomb towers, but is bomb tower as big as an issue as an Inferno Dragon? Because I mean, the lightning still deals with it the same way. Doesn't reset it obviously, but it does chunk it down. So the bomb tower, I think, is an okay matchup for Golem. It's hard though.
Okay, we'll take a look at the video. It seems like we're having some type of a delay. Just hold on for a second, guys.
네. 유랄의 위치를 좀 잘 잡아줘야 되겠는데요.
화살이 잡을 수 있는 게 아니라서
그건 그래요. 안 쓸 수는 없고.
네.
프린스는요. 근데 프린스는요.
타이밍 너무 좋았고요. 와. 막공하겠다는 생각인 것 같아요.
상대 마법.
자,
앞쪽 세팅. 파이어볼.
막고 가면은 조금 늦거든요.
미니 P.E.K.K.A.로 일단 수비.
들어가면서 무조건
파이어볼 돌아옵니다. 사도 마지막까지 끌고 바바톡 빠져있는 상황에서
빠져서 지금
프리딜이에요. 스피드 살짝 데미지 더 주면서 어그로 우측으로 빼줬고 사실 볼 것도 없어요.
네, 거기다 지금 다트 고블린 때문에 자꾸 바바리안 통이 계속 빠지고 있는데 그
몸으로
틈을
막아요.
놓치지 않고
경기도 좀 더 지켜는 봐야 되겠습니다만은
그래도 지금
경기 스피드가 빨라요.
네, 지금 많이 힘들어 보이거든요.
이건
여기다
어렵죠.
드래곤까지 붙었어요.
자, 건물 시간 끌어줬고 땡겨주는데
됐어요.
400? 아이 슬로우!
와. 뽑으면은 아까 메가 뽑은 게 조금 아쉽죠.
택배가 배달됐습니다. 열받는 거예요.
지시 조금 늦었어요, 이것도.
이러면 뒤에 저 친구들 좀 색이 오는 거 막는 거.
낚싯도 좋죠.
이겨지나요? 깨워지나요?
가장 베스트 그림이거든요.
자, 마법은 어이구. 자, 이거는 자, 이거 큰일 났습니다. 미니 P.E.K.K.A.
네, 낚싯구 때문에
같이
이거
때려주면서
땡겨요.
토네이도가 없는 상황에서
땡기고 낚싯구
마무리 짓습니다. 2대0. 해골통인데요?
기분 좋죠. 준수하죠. 거기다가 지금 바바리안 통 있고.
그래서 결국에는 이
통통 골렘.
렘이네요.
좀 과감해요.
못 굴리거든요.
네, 여기서
마법으로 잡나요? 주나요?
와, 맞아준다. 앨리스 아꼈어. 근데 맞아줄 거 맞아주는 거 맞는데
네.
너무 많이 맞아줬어요. 와, 여기서 P.E.K.K.A. 선택을 하나요?
아 이게 페카가 나오네요.
진짜 저-
더 그냥 세게
또
가버리네요.
스페이도 지진이라서 깜짝 등장하면서
너도 이것도 몰랐지? 뭐 이런 느낌으로 페카가 근데 사실 잘 안 나오거든요.
너무 과감해 진짜. 이 맞아주는 거를 너무 타워를
일단은 먼저 벤저리델 선수가 1게임을 가져갑니다.
센스. 와 방금 이 낚싯구 땡기는 게
네. 면서 본인이 살아났습니다. 호그
호그 위치 약간 실수한 거
땡겨서
아닌가?
다 터트리기. 한 대. 파이어볼. 뒷라인. 그러고 나서 당겼고
사냥꾼이 빠졌기 때문에
토네이도로 당기고.
와 이거 진짜 허를 찔렀죠.
이쪽으로 당기나요? 자. 656입니다.
네.
이 경기 몰라요 이거.
지금 해골군대 잡기 힘들고요.
한 대 못 때렸고요. 파이어볼 없이.
토네이도 예측 약간 실패했죠.
그렇죠.
예.
펜가.
와
네.
펜가 선수
끌어서.
힐 계속 들어가거든요.
좀 막기가 굉장히 까다로울 수 있겠다는 생각이 듭니다. 밀어내면서
근데
안쪽만
이거-
잡으면 쓰면서 어그로 일단 끌어주고요. 엑스버 마스터가 가져갑니다. 이렇게 되면 건물을 또
근데 이거 파이어 스피릿 맞거든요. 스펠 안 쓰면은 오늘 리틀챔 100% 아닌 것
이거
같거든요.
아닌데요. 리틀참 원래 실력 이거 아닌데요.
일법이 있었으면 이거 독이 아니고 파이어볼이면은
네.
벽지가 진짜 거슬리거든요.
화살.
사도 선수
이번 경기가 터졌습니다. 사도 선수 트리플 드래프트까지 잡아내면서 대노바전 4연승 중입니다.
And we are back.
And we found that at the same time as you guys.
All right. We're going to get into game 2 of this King of the Hill.
Yeah, before that, it seems like there's some type of preparation before we go into maybe someone's birthday or something.
What?
I have no idea what's going on.
Where is that coming from? Why would it be so? Why would someone?
Peking got me, okay? So right before, but we have been listening to a lot of your feedback, guys, and we're just gonna bring you the best of what's possible. Yep, go ahead, your turn. What?
All right. Anyway, let's get back into this match. Nova Esports versus TT Gaming. Who would you bring out next on Nova?
Like Little Chen, B King. I mean, I think they both just have to go, but it depends.
Which order?
So in terms of the order, lots of the experience. So the ace player has been coming not as the last player, which puts a lot of your pressure, a lot more pressure from the team. Lots of experienced ace player has been kicking in as in the middle to kind of. I think it's important to stop the flow of the opponent as the ace player, not just to go out as the last to be the final gate. That's also really cool and also good. But all these players in the tournament right now, they have the skill. They have the skill to just wipe anyone if they go on a roll. So I think it's important. Oh, LCOP's still there. Oh, okay. He's just. I think it's B King, right?
Yep, that's B King. Yep, B King.
Okay, so I think it's important to have the ace player to go in the middle and stop that momentum of the winning team in the King of the Hill. That has been the trend for East so far. Maybe they'll change that up later.
It's one of these things where I wouldn't put my triple draft player in the third slot. Because if they lose that, if they tilt in that King of the Hill game, and they lose that tilting mentality will continue into the triple draft, which we saw with Chen. But if you win in that slot, then you take those good feelings into triple draft and you have a chance of continuing. So that's really hard. Personally, I wouldn't put them there. I put my triple draft first or second. Have my my key player, my set 3 1v1 player, probably in the other slot. So if I go with my triple draft first, I'll go with my 1v1 second, and then have a flex player in that third position.
Okay, what if you win all 3 games from King of the Hill and you still play triple draft?
Yeah, stays in there. He's on a hot streak.
Oh, I
Why
guess
change
yeah,
him?
Sado did that last.
Yeah, why would you change him? He's on a hot streak. Okay, player data, 6 games played, 50% win rate for B King. 15 games
So
played.
finally we have it, the battle of 2 kings.
It is. Look at the elixir cost distribution. D-King likes to sit pretty in that 3.5 to 4.0, but is comfortable going up higher than that. Whereas B-King doesn't really have any decks right now that go over that 4 elixir slot. So it's going to be interesting. He has played the Earthquake Hog Rider Firecracker deck we've seen. He's played some Wall Breakers. He's played a lot of Hog Rider, actually. And basically, it's the Hog Rider and Wall Breakers for B-King that we have seen
and
quite
for
a lot.
For the D, they have played some Goblin Giant. Sparky, average 4 elixir, so having one of those heavier pushes. But for now with the minor skeleton, feeling like Balloon here from D-King.
Yeah, the Hogs are there, and there is a Bomb Tower. The P.E.K.K.A, the mini P.E.K.K.A is going to take out that Ice Golem. Okay, just 1 or 2 scratches from the pigs.
Yeah, with the Ice Golem, even with the skeleton against the mini P.E.K.K.A, this is actually a not bad. Yeah, he might have an advantage if he serves perfectly with the roll, and that snowball will catch it.
Yeah, will the E-Wiz be able to stun it enough? It does take death damage, but that is all. 2178, 2094. Is B-King playing 3 Musketeers behind this? Because we have seen 3 Musketeers Hog Rider, 3 Musketeers Royal Hog decks. Is that a possibility, maybe?
Yeah, without the Archer, but Giant Skeleton all of a sudden with the Royal. But this is the thing, even with the Firecracker, the Balloon. Let's see the timing.
Can he stop this Balloon before it gets a drop on the tower? Firecracker, clutch. Are we going to get the Royal Hogs down? No, we're holding it. That Giant Skeleton actually gets onto the tower. D-King wasn't quite quick enough with that Miner.
So I was thinking, why Musketeer first? Could have actually brought that Giant Skeleton to the center with the Miner first. Maybe the cycle just came into his hand right after.
That tower is toast. B-King with a strong advantage going into double elixir, but here we have the Balloon and the Miner going underneath. Will the Balloon reach this time? Snowball in. Firecracker is there. It looks like it might get
right before the Firecracker providing enough damage. Now the Hogs in the pocket with the mini P.E.K.K.A on the left, so the 3 crown is also a factor.
Yeah, that log whiffed right down the middle. Caught the back end of just one of the Hogs. The log there not as effective from D-King, and it seems like D-King's card tower is falling apart. He's taking way too much damage, and it's not going well for him.
Yeah, Balloon defense, E-Wiz, Firecracker, easily done almost every single time. You can just hold on to those 2. Your spells are EQ and log, but still if you got the E-Wiz and the Firecracker against air, where Spear Goblin's always drawing out that log, that's an okay deal for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, there was no pressure on B-King after he took that tower, and he took that tower almost too easily. And I think that kind of tilted D-King a little bit. He was like, what can I do? I have a poor matchup here. I can't really get in and around. My balloons are getting shut down time and time again. Like splitting here, the Spear Goblins and that Firecracker, just to make sure that you can't get that snowball value or even the log value, was great play by B-King. And there, I mean, a Giant Skeleton getting to the tower like that never happens. That kills it. The Miner gets out of range, and those Hogs are just free. There with the Earthquake as well. Oh my, it all went wrong in one moment for D-King. And it all went right. If you're an optimist, it all went right for B-King.
Yeah, the Giant Skeleton factor sort of surprised D-King's cycle, so it was hard to match. That's why his Miner kicked in just a little late, and no drag from the Giant Skeleton. And B-King sort of knew that with the Firecracker, okay, I can take the death damage by tower. Like, it's also on the right side. As long as the Balloon can't really reach the tower, I don't have a building, but I got a lot of air defense. So that was pretty solid against the Balloon choice, which I thought initially was okay, but after that Firecracker, not anymore.
firecrackery with spear goblins is enough to close down most balloons. There is the occasional epic snowball that can come in and just distract things long enough to get the one drop.
Yeah,
never
but
really saw that.
After D-King, TTG now with AUK.
Okay, AUK.
This player's got everything.
13 games, 69.23% win ratio, and crown win differential is by 7. The guy is an absolute monster. He's beat Red, he's beat Nuri, he beat Haruki, he beat Sado, he beat Line.
And
He has lost to Wanga, Blizzard, and Red though, so he's not unbeatable.
Yeah, the amount of games that he played, the amount of different decks that he has played. A Balloon Lumberjack, of course Graveyard, Royal Hogs with the Mini P.E.K.K.A. You naming all the favorite cards, the Wall Breakers, so all the meta deck he has been playing it at least once or more, and with lots of times with a win.
Yeah, both of these players preferring the lighter decks, as we saw in that list of 69.2%, which weirdly is his win rate percent as well, is the same amount as his decks under 3 elixir. So, Beaking versus AUK is gonna be a cycle fest. Do you think we're gonna see the double barrel deck that we've seen occasionally from one of these players? Do you think that we're gonna see something like a 2.6 Hog, 2.6 Expo? Like, what do you think we're gonna see? Before we get into it, what is your prediction?
Yeah, AUK, I think he'll bring out another, maybe just the minor skeleton barrel, not the double barrel part.
Okay.
Which is also a really good spell bait. I mean, AUK is really good at baiting spells and reading that ahead of time. So you can eat the spell with those bats and making sure one other factor like the Mini P.E.K.K.A. or the balloon actually goes in for the tower deal and secure the game with that win condition. So he forces out a choice from the opponent and says, okay, you've got 2 choices, but one you take more damage, one you might lose a tower. Which one do you take? What? Is that even a question? Like, how do I deal with this?
You're stuck between a rock and a hard place at that point, but you know, AUK, he has played that Goblin Barrel, Goblin Gang, Princess deck with the Dark Prince, so basically a spell bait deck. Could he bring it again? Because he has had this, I want to say, he's had this behavior where he plays the same deck at least 3 times.
Yep, once he had that Wallbreaker deck that he just did not lose a single game and won 3 in a row. I believe that was a Mega Knight too.
Yeah, it was the Mega Knight, Mini P.E.K.K.A., Musketeer, Wallbreaker, Zap, Bats, Goblin, but he did the same with the Earthquake, Heal Spirit, Hunter, Ice Golem, Magic Archer, Mini P.E.K.K.A. deck with the Royal Hogs.
Royal Hogs, yes.
But that was before the
beginning week. Yeah, beginning week. Which is still really good. Like the Heal Spirit, if you can have that like on top, if you can lend the perfect timing against the Skeleton Barrel, you get a lot of elixir value. If you can do it every single time, you basically win the game, but it's hard. But AUK can do it.
Do you
I believe that he has the skills.
Do you think we'll see that Balloon Heal Spirit deck that's been knocking around?
Yesterday, yes.
That was...
With the Lumberjack, it's super powerful. You expect Lumberjack to go down, but you just put that Heal Spirit, which let the Lumberjack to at least chop a few more, actually goes through into the tower sometimes, or at least survives a little more for that Rage to pop perfectly from the bridge to the tower. So the Balloon, yep,
and with the
highway.
Heal Spirit there just to give it that little bit of extra kick. When it's on the when it's just going through, the Heal Spirit just heals it back up, and you're like, well, guess I'll take a bump to the face. There ain't much I can do here.
The Heal Spirit, just like the Ice Spirit, it takes a lot of skill. You just have to know how to drag and also to buy some more time and to land it perfectly, because Heal Spirit doesn't attach to your own. It attacks onto the other side and then heals from there. You kind of have to read the placement of where the opponent's going to put something at. Sort of like the Battle Healer in a way, but no, never mind. It's not even close. It's
Battle Healer's way up there.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of like the balloon with the spell cycle with the with that Heal Spirit. The problem is, like, if your opponent has like the Bar Barrel or it has a log, sometimes, I'm not saying that these players are going to do it, but sometimes you can mistime ever so slightly. You drop that heel spur thinking it's going to get there, and then it just hits the tail end of a log, and you're like, well, there it goes. That's my push finish this time round.
So yeah, because of all those small skeletons especially, not just skeletons, like the goblins, the regular skeleton against the mini P.E.K.K.A. and lots of small single target damage, I've seen a lot more of Wizard. Let's bring that topic up. I mean, up here again.
All right.
So
seeing a lot
even in ladder, yes.
Seeing a lot more of Wizard when we saw zero Wizard from 2018 to 2019. We've seen it 3 times. 4 times. 3? 4? 3 or 4?
4 times this season.
Are you counting triple draft in that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not counting triple draft. It's still 3.
Okay.
Weirdly, it's still like 2 or 3. Yeah, it's been a nuts season. We've seen cards that we didn't expect. We've seen cards that I really didn't expect to see Skeleton Barrel be as prevalent as it is.
Even after the patch?
Oh, no, when the patch came in, I was
okay.
like, yeah, all right. But even before the patch, it was still relatively popular. It was used.
Certainly not as much, but
oh, yeah.
It was gaining popularity compared to before, which was maybe less than 2%, up to like 5%-ish. Yeah, especially with the Mega Knight Inferno Dragon deck that we see a lot of Skeleton Barrel with, and one more with the clone. I think those 2 were the most popular with the Skeleton Barrel. Now it's all over the place, like the Goblin Hut.
Actually, that's really interesting. Since the Skeleton Barrel change, we haven't seen much of the Lava Hound clone deck that used to be terrorizing everybody.
Exactly why. Because even without the clone, there are too many of those skeletons. You end up bringing lots of those snowballs and lots of small like log snowball combo.
But we don't
which
really
against the clone, it just works perfectly.
It depends on the timing, though. Like, it really depends on the
timing.
Yeah,
but compared to before, if you can get like a tower down and then 3 crown immediately, it's not as and the chances that you have going against a person who doesn't really have perfect spell against you, it's a lot less of a percentage now because of the meta. I think that's the reason why clone it was already
a niche pick.
Yes. Yeah. Like around the same level as freeze. And then it's a lot less than freeze now.
Yeah. We do still see freeze occasionally. We saw a couple defensive
a lot of
with
some also with some hog riders. It has been pairing up with some hogs. Instead of EQ, you just freeze and just blow away the tower and you win.
Doesn't happen that easily though, because occasionally
lots of bomb towers.
We saw the freeze graveyard yesterday, and it failed spectacularly because there was just too many bodies there when frozen.
Okay, we're gonna take a look at another video before we head into our 3rd game. Yeah, these teams are taking this game seriously. They're taking time. Okay, let's hop onto the VCR when it turns on. About now.
오늘은 CRL 차이나의 지배자 노바 e스포츠를 소개합니다. 2018년 CRL 월드 챔피언이며 총 5번의 우승 트로피를 들어올린 어마어마한 팀입니다. 중국하면 노바, 국관원 왕자를 지키고 있는 팀이죠. 정규 시즌에서 3번의 1위와 2018, 2019년 모든 시즌에서 우승 트로피를 들어올렸죠. 2018 도쿄 월드 파이널스에서는 남미팀인 비보키드를 무찌르면서 최초로 월드 챔피언 타이틀을 따냈고 한 해 동안 CRL 그랜드슬램을 달성했습니다. 5번의 트로피를 들어올리는 동안 노바팀 선수들은 4번의 시즌 중 3번이나 정규 시즌 MVP를 따냈는데요. 대부분은 핵심 선수인 애쉬오프 선수가 차지했습니다. 하지만 2019 LA 월드 파이널스에서는 또 다른 중국팀 W3D2에게 첫 라운드에서 패배하면서 2년 만에 처음으로 우승 트로피를 놓쳤습니다. 비록 우승 행진은 멈추게 되었지만 노바는 여전히 가장 강력한 CRL 팀입니다. 이번 시즌 노바팀의 로스터에는 커다란 변화가 있는데요. 기존에 호흡을 맞춰왔던 선수 3명과 작별을 하고 신비에 쌓인 신인 오로라 선수와 계약을 했죠. 그렇게 노바팀은 다가오는 CRL 리스트에 4명의 선수로만 참가하게 되었습니다. 그래도 팀의 프랜차이즈 스타 엘시오프와 리틀첸의 여전한 경기력과 함께 비킹 선수와 오로라 선수의 든든한 뒷받침이 있다면 노바팀은 CRL 리스트에서도 그 왕좌를 굳건히 지킬 수 있을 것입니다. 더불어 CRL 역사상 2번째 여성 선수인 오로라 선수의 활약도 기대해봅니다.
And we are back. G-Clef.
Whoop.
Smooth.
Yeah.
Smooth.
Oh, we hear the game sound.
All right,
Nice.
we're in. Okay, B-King versus AUK. B-King in blue for Nova at the bottom, and AUK in red for TTG at the top.
Heal Spirit. Maybe AUK has brought that similar type of balloon or that Royal Hog. Those two are the highest chances, I think.
Hog Rider
immediately
bats.
Hogs.
Yeah, Hog Rider bats for B-King.
Yeah, it seems with that Ice Golem balloon from AUK. So which is not a bad option.
Oh, there it is. Well, red. Okay, so we do have the bomb tower from B-King here. It's not going to be effective. It doesn't shoot up, even though probably those skeletons can high-five each other from the top of the bomb tower into the basket of the balloon. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. Couple of stabs. 1917. All right. Snuck through there with the Valkyrie tanking for those goblins.
Yeah, so with the Lumberjack, the last card is Musketeer from AUK. If it's a building card, which I don't think it is, it's really dangerous against the Hog, and the Valkyrie is actually the hard part. Hogs can be okay. Okay, still takes a hit.
Yeah, good call on that Musketeer. See the Hog Rider. It's probably going to be, you're going to say Earthquake in that last slot there as the second spell?
Yeah. Unless it's like a freeze.
Stranger things happen. Okay, Musketeer versus Musketeer. Good luck coming through. A little bit more damage done for AUK.
So I think B-King really has a big chance of taking this. Okay, predicted, yeah. Predicted the Heal Spirit, but failed with that snowball.
All right, here we go. Loads up with the Lumberjack and the Balloon and the Bats. That's a lot. The Lumberjack goes down very quickly, but that is now a raged up Balloon. Takes out the bomb tower. Is it gonna connect? No, the Musketeer is there to defend it.
And the Musketeer doesn't go down with from the death damage. Log has to be used. Which pairs up nicely against the Hog, but still you take the hit.
Yeah, loads up with the Lumberjack there. It's delaying the Balloon, and there's the Heal Spirit trying to heal things up, but that Balloon wasn't affected, but no need for the bomb tower. Great defense without it. Snowball pushing it back into range, making sure that Musketeer can clean it. All right, so AUK needs to load up quick and quicker with these balloons because he needs to get damage done. He is on the back foot. We are going to go into sudden death period.
Yeah, AUK needs a perfect, really clutch Heal Spirit to keep that balloon alive to actually land the hit, or even a chance for the Lumberjack to get close to that Princess Tower. I think that's one deal that you have to secure right now, or if that doesn't happen, it's going to be a hard game for AUK.
Yep, Snowball takes out those bats before they get anywhere near
once
this.
Have that balloon time, right? The Lumberjack went down a little too quick against the double Musketeer, which is a big problem.
Double Musketeer versus double Musketeer.
Of course, the rage double Musketeer wins.
All right, so they do cross the bridge, but the Valkyrie is there to tank those hits to the face. It's 12:06 against 14:75 right now.
Yeah, so in terms of Cycle, B-King, I think he controls a lot more. He has a secondary option against the balloon, which is the Snowball. Earthquake doesn't really have to be used unless you really have to use it against the double Musketeer. You might be actually losing the value even if you are using, whenever you're using that Earthquake. So you have to really wait for that time. B-King, if he ends up throwing the Earthquake for no value, not hitting the tower, then you might be out of elixirs on your own.
Yeah, well, there is the Hog Earthquake. It doesn't connect to the tower.
Yeah, but the heals were pretty good. Lumberjack was able to survive for one more second, also providing that late rage for the balloon now.
Yeah, providing very forward-facing. That's across the bridge, but the Snowball slows it down. It is going to go down to the Musketeer.
Yeah, unless the Lumberjack actually hits the tower a few times, the balloon will get more. Balloon needs more than a one drop, so you need to have the Lumberjack or the Musketeer hitting on that bomb tower, which is really hard for AUK. That's why he keeps on falling behind.
Yeah, AUK is struggling to even get these Lumberjacks across the bridge. Heal Spirit comes in there, heals nothing. The bats are going to take down, with help of that Musketeer and tower, that balloon. And it looks as though B-King is going to take AUK here, 73. There goes the tower, 1 second left. B-King.
Again.
2 wins in a row. AUK.
AUK. goes down. I mean, if it was the blue miner with Goblin or usually a bomb tower, certainly a better role against the Hog Rider. If you have a building, of course. You can also have any type of graveyard deck against with the Tornado. You can pull it to activate the King Tower, which is also another great counter against the Hog Rider decks. But in this type of a trade, anti-air, the small anti-air bats, got the Musketeer, the Bomb Tower, Balloon, it's sort of hard to connect.
Yeah, and I mean, for AUK, you want to have the snowball to take out the bats that are trying to hit your balloon, but you also want that snowball just to push back that Hog Rider and make sure that it does nothing. And the problem is, he used it aggressively. He used it to stop those bats that he missed, and then couldn't stop that Hog Rider coming in and smacking his face up with the hammer.
Yeah, Beaking knew that it was a balloon after a few cards. After the Ice Golem, I'm pretty sure it's a balloon that he played yesterday. It's the same drill. Okay, with Lumberjack, no building. So he just went for the fast attack. That's usually what you have to, the control of the pace with Hog, because you end up just hitting at least, usually once. If you get lucky, twice at this pro level. So he had to really go in offensive, and his Valkyrie actually stopped so many of those ground units.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Nuomichi. Nuomichi, look at that. 0% win rate. The problem is, for Nova, sorry, what am I talking about?
TTG.
For TTG, the last two players would be Nuomichi and Xiaoke, both with a 0% win rate in King of the Hill. They've relied very heavily on D-King and AUK to win their games. And now that AUK is out, D-King is out, I think it's time for it's time for Nuomichi to step up.
Which he did.
Can he do it?
Yeah, which he did last year. Last year he had some crazy record. I think one of the highest in China of just maybe 10+ wins in a row for himself as a personal record. Like if he goes on a roll on fire, no one can stop him. He had some like amazing less than 10 HP ending in like 4 of those games. So he can certainly focus and get down to the drill for even at the last second of the game. But until now, and maybe even for a longer period of time, he hasn't been on that fire.
Struggling to find his footing, but it will be scary when he does eventually do it, I would say.
Yeah, lots of sparkles around our eyes.
It's called glitter, mate.
I'm not
welcome
a
to the 21st century.
Come on, I'm not a beauty YouTuber.
You really couldn't be either.
All I watch is Clash Royale. That's about everything. All right, let's get it down. Game 4
between B-King of Nova coming off the back of a victory.
Yeah, if B-King gets this 3-0 by himself, that will boost Nova up hugely in terms of confidence in what they can do into season.
Well, it will tie up Nova and TTG if Nova win this, because both teams will be at 3-2. Nova's 2 losses came in one weekend. Scarily enough, they had one bad weekend and they're sitting mid-table.
Oh, with the Giant. We've seen some Giant decks. Also one from yesterday, one from Ten God.
So what's going to support this Giant?
Let's see if it's going to be the cart or the prince or princess that we see.
Could be Graveyard if we're going to go super old school. No, it is the cannon cart variant here. The Knight End skeletons are there instantly to stop that cannon cart from getting into range. But the Miner and the Giant.
With the zap.
Going to start going ham on this. Down to 2,000. Not terrible. Not great for Nuomichi here.
Yeah, those bring a lot of log snowball with the Giant deck. But zap might depending on the timing, it sometimes allows one more punch from the Giant, which is actually your winning condition. The cart, if you get really lucky, locks onto the tower. Usually it doesn't. But the Giant actually reaches the tower. That's your own push. If you fail to do that, then you have the Miner. So this is actually like a plus the double win condition deck.
Look at the value being just eked out of this Baby Dragon for B-King.
Yeah, B-King waiting for that graveyard chance.
Well, 7 elixir against 6, but there is that cannon cart sitting pretty in the middle.
Yeah. So
Musketeer.
Peking has to catch those minions and also the heal spirit really well against, with the along with that graveyard and the poison,
Alright, so
which
here-
Nomichi knows about. So first, just log.
Just log. And
Yeah, and
couple of hits coming through.
Yeah, minions on top of Giant because he knows that poison is very likely to come towards the graveyard.
So 1596 there on that tower. So a good graveyard push.
Nice heal spirit.
Yeah.
To keep the cart alive.
Does it get in range?
I don't think it's in range.
Doesn't matter, it gets shut down instantly. The Barbarian tanks it, and there is another graveyard. I don't know about you, but I have dreams with that sound, and it's starting to really
Poison
keep me awake.
lead those minions. Yumiti knew about that timing, and the baby dragon still locked onto the bridge. So Graveyard has a lot more chances here.
Beaking is just finding these windows where he knows Nomichi has nothing to defend. And every time he exploits that, he opens that door, throws in the graveyard, knowing that there's too much elixir on this slow push. The giant, the baby dragon, and the cannon cart is a slow push. The graveyard can outpace it.
But the giant actually reaches the tower. The cannon cart was a little too slow. Actually locks onto the tower. A few more shots. That's GG. Couldn't really stop that big push. That big guy. Even with the hut. Took so much time with the musketeer.
Out of nowhere.
No,
It
not
took
out
one
of nowhere.
push.
Yeah,
Out of nowhere. One push is all it takes. It looked as though Beaking had that wrapped up, gift wrapped, ready to take it home as a victory, as finishing the third set. I don't know whether he just kind of blanked out ever so slightly.
No. I don't think that's it. I think Peking focused a little too much on his graveyard push along with the poison. The push right before. And then the giant, and then Yomichi was able to actually have a full elixir for the giant push. Okay? Yomichi was willing to make that some of the tower HP sacrifice in his own offensive form into elixir trade. So Giant was able to survive for a longer period of time. Plus the miner in that type was actually not locked onto the directly to the Princess Tower. Yeah, few more hits onto the Musketeer. So great adjustments from Yomichi.
Okay, this is the one that did the most damage. There's the poison, as you said. Skeletons get a couple of hits in. The damage is done. There's the baby dragon. So is it the next push?
Yeah,
okay.
this push.
All right.
Yeah, so Miner locking onto the Musketeer. Which happened again before, but this time it was an earlier timing compared to the initial push.
Yeah, and the baby dragon positioning there right on top of the tower meant all that splash damage from the baby dragon just takes out that tower. That's why you very rarely want to put anything like a baby dragon in this meta. You don't want to put anything really on top of your tower because baby dragon is so prevalent. That splash damage is always going to connect through if it's stuck there.
Yeah, Yomichi did not really have the perfect tool against the graveyard. Like minions, a baby dragon's okay, but it's never really perfect, and minions just melt as you saw
from the
poison, which is the perfect chance. Poison 4, minions 3. You do lose 1, but you're still doing damage to the tower, so that's a fair trade for you. So you do not want to use the minions, and if you don't use the minions, what else do you really have? I think cannon card is actually the best option in the defense, but if that cannon card goes onto the cannon mode, can't move, so you're wasting half of that value. So I think that was the decision making that Yomichi had. Okay, I will not use the cannon card in defense because I need to win. I need to push with that giant.
Definitely did. Nomichi finally getting a W and starting his 2020 season off.
Win
finally.
Maybe streak.
A 1-win streak.
1 week streak.
Well, Little Chen.
Maybe turning into 2.
Could be, but Little Chen is the one who's going to be standing up against that. Is Little Chen going to be able to stop Nomichi's win streak in its tracks?
Yes. Little Chen. Yeah, last, I believe it was triple draft, and also a few other games, especially in King of the Hill. Had lots of misplacement on the buildings, especially not just the unit placements were fine. The building cards were just like one off at a time, which let those small units like pass through directly into the tower. I don't exactly know what happened for Little Chen. Usually a really great player, making not this many of a mistake. Well, it's a new week now. It's week 3. Let's see how he's been prepping up. Maybe the offline stage is giving them just a little... Well, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
Okay, so Little Chen had a bad week 2. His week 2 was an absolute disaster. However, he turned it around for yesterday's game against Ponos, where he took out Tengod, Rad, and then beat Rad again in the 1v1 because he did lose to KK. Will Little Chen be back on fire for today, or is Nuamichi going to make it 2 wins and double his win rate? Actually, it's times infinity because it was 0 before this.
Times infinity. That's about right. Or will Nuamichi become the Thanos and snap that win rate into half again? Well, we'll find out. Both of these players, last year and the year before, actually loved to play some heavy decks out of nowhere. But right now, we talked about it already, now it's not the best time.
Yeah, the meta has kind of shifted into a very fast...
Very fast.
Cycle.
Incredibly fast.
There are still those slow decks that appear here and there.
So one of the the small adjustments that I like from the graveyard decks is actually what we saw from yesterday, like putting archers, which forces the poison off to another side towards the archer, or you can actually keep those huts alive or the bomb tower if you have. So instead of the musketeer, sometimes the ice wizard, sometimes those archers can be a different factor. You don't have to use a defensive poison if you have the archers.
Yeah.
Or the dark goblin. So you can turn your own poison into an offensive poison, which I liked a lot from yesterday's play.
One of the things I've really started to like with the heavy decks is they have that super cheap bottom elixir, bottom cycle, where it has like skeletons, goblins, that kind of stuff, super duper cheap stuff that you think maybe you'd be better off putting in something a little heavier, but that super cheap cycle helps them to cycle that win condition over and over and over again. We saw yesterday with graveyard after graveyard after graveyard after graveyard. It was insane. But let's get onto this. We do see the Goblin Giant and a Wizard
with the Goblin Giant to push with the mini P.E.K.K.A onto the left. That takes care of the Giant Skeleton easily with the Earthquake onto the hut. Tornado not bad, but nothing else really pairing up with it.
Yeah, the Wizard actually got 1 or 2 hits onto that tower there, and the Wizard beats out the Ice Wizard. And there's a Sparky Blade at the bridge.
Yeah, which is knocked back so it doesn't take the death damage.
Yep. And there's the Mega Minion against the Baby Dragon. Is it going to connect? No, the Dark Prince is there. Loads up the Goblin Giant mini P.E.K.K.A going down that right-hand side. The P.E.K.K.A looked like he was going to go on a slight detour there. Tornado. Not a big fan of that Tornado there, bringing everything back into the middle. Mini P.E.K.K.A going to take out that Ice Wizard and then go back to the tower.
Still lands a hit onto the Giant Skeleton, so not as bad.
Spear Goblins. Spear Goblins on the back actually connected to the tower, not the Giant Skeleton, so a lot more damage coming through there.
Yeah. Little Chen's zap has been insane, leading those small Spear Goblins, making these kind of big differences. And Wizard, also not bad against the Graveyard, that splash.
The Giant Skeleton Graveyard deck has seen a lot of prominence lately. It's come back into fashion. It used to be nearly everywhere. It died out a little bit, but it is back right now.
Again.
330.
Oh, the Wizard getting that splash into the tower. A beautiful play from Little Chen. Wizard coming back in professional play, ladies and gentlemen. You've witnessed some of the greatest play with the Wizard.
It's on a revival right now. It's not that it's been changed, because it really hasn't. It's that the meta has evolved in a way where Wizard is a clutch pick.
You can actually get so much value from those splash damage units, like the Bomber, Ice Wizard, and finally a Wizard.
It's gone up in Elixir each time.
Yeah, we actually see Wizard at least once in a day now. That's scary.
I actually kind of want to try this Goblin Giant Sparky deck out. Got a couple of hits in there. The Wizard finishes it up. The Wizard did get splash damage, 1 hit there.
Look at these zaps. So when you have enough damage onto that Ice Wizard to eliminate it with a single zap. Like like those small control from Little Chen really made this happen. Without those zaps, I don't think he could have done this much damage.
No, and it was, as you said, well timed. Every time that Ice Wizard dropped in HP to zap range, it was like straight away, deleting everything. Little Chen playing out of his mind. Now, question is, do you bring Little Chen in triple draft? Or would you bring Elsa?
Yes.
Or would
yes,
you
yes,
bring
yes.
Aurora?
I don't. So we do not have any data on Aurora yet in professional play. So
She played once a year or two ago, no? She played last year. Did she not?
are you talking about not Nova Esports? You're talking about the other. I think you're talking about other player.
The Aurora you're thinking of is AUK.
No, I'm talking about
Nova's Aurora.
Yes.
She could play.
She could play totally. Yes.
She does feel like maybe she should have been there for triple draft.
Yeah, I thought she was a like a special player for triple draft.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe later into like week 4, or maybe for playoff. Who knows? Because it's best of 5 starting from playoff. I think because the lineup LCR beating Little Chen is what we had in week 1 and 2. We thought it was one of the strongest. Doesn't turn out to be in end of week 2 and week 3. But still, they can still, if they can bounce back against TT Gaming, I think that proves them big belief for the fans and also to a lot of the coaches and the players watching these games. Even from the CRL West, I know a lot of professional players are tuning in to check out what's been happening. Yeah, now that East is combined with 2 region.
Mm-hmm.
So
Asia's been kind of holding its own, though. We were expecting a little bit more of a slaughter from the Chinese teams, but the Chinese teams have been held back ever so slightly.
Yeah, but still WEDGM is they're too strong, man. I mean, well, let's wait until the playoff and also week 4, because a lot more matches are still left. So far, WEDGM and TTG, and those 2 teams are just on top for sure. And Nova kicking back right now on TTG. I think it's a really good chance to bump in like top 3 after this win.
All right.
But LCUP
and
triple draft.
D King. Now LCUP played 1 triple draft yesterday and just manhandled Reiki Jones. So D King is almost undefeated in triple draft. He did lose to Solomon, and we should be seeing the draft this time round.
Yes.
Kind of see it on the side. Chooses poison there.
Okay,
all
small.
Right. You're going to look at the top, I look at the bottom.
Okay.
All right, so delivery, snowball, bar barrel. Chooses the bar barrel. Okay, nice choice.
So I look at the bottom. I thought it's the other way. Okay.
No, you're looking at the bottom.
Okay.
All right, Elixir Golem, Giant. Ooh, chooses the Giant over the Elixir Golem. Interesting. Based on the cards we see so far, can kind of see that. Sparky.
Inferno was
Giant Sparky. All right, well. It looks like D-King is building what could be considered an old school deck here. Does choose the Barbarians instead of the Hut, though. I'd expected the Goblin Hut to come in there. Babe Dragon of Wizard, okay.
Okay, LCUP goes for Prince after looking at there are lots of single heavy HP cards. And D-King went for Dark Prince.
Yeah.
Which is actually a not bad of a matchup.
So I think, if I remember correctly, it was Giant Prince Sparky? Dark Prince Sparky.
Okay, for LCUP, it was Inferno Dragon. For Prince with P.E.K.K.A.
Did
and
he
with a
choose
log.
the P.E.K.K.A.?
I think so.
Oh, Lava Hounds coming in here from LCUP. There is the Giant. There is the Dark Prince. Loading up, knowing. Oh, and the Inferno Dragon.
He had that Inferno Dragon. He also had an Inferno Tower as a choice, but he skipped on that.
But it doesn't matter. I think this tower is done.
Yeah.
The 1 minion and the Dark Prince taking it out. And the Inferno Dragon's just not quick enough on the defense here.
Yeah, Lava takes forever. And what was the small elixir spell from D-King? Delivery or?
I think it was, oh man, I can't remember. It's been so long ago. All right, Sparky comes in. The Prince is confused. Taking
Flying
out
Machine,
barbs.
not too bad, but those minions on top.
Yeah, LCUP just not getting much damage from this at all. 16-19, 1 or 2 pup hits here. 15-44.
So LCUp needs a perfect rage along with those pups, or at least a flying machine connected onto either side.
Any of those cards connecting onto the tower is bad news bears.
Yeah, it's mostly on single target over the time damage for LCUp, which is easy because Deacon actually has barbarians. That's tough to break through.
Nope. Going without the giant this time. Dart Prince going straight into that tower. Night Witch played from behind, so it is going to be Night Witch Lava Hound. The Sparky is going to be there to handle that. Say goodnight. Poison. Poison is a big spell.
Yeah, against those bats, a great spell.
You almost want to hold it for when the pups come out, but the minions are going to be there to help handle that. Oh, the arrows come in. Baby Dragon is there to try and clean up, but that damage has started to seep through. LCUp trying to get back into this one. Fireball, Prince almost connected. Ooh. Barb Barrel was the small spell. There we go. All right, 590.
There's still ways to go where Deacon can actually defend with the giant, or even if he wants to go in his offensive mode, then he can pocket the giant.
Sparky isn't going to get in front of the giant. They're fighting over the bridge. And does get one hit.
What? And it locks onto the giant, so still lands a punch.
So 1, 2, 3. Poison's going to be there. D-King is going to take this one. LCUp falling here in triple draft. D-King solving that one. 2 crowns. Congratulations if you have D-King in your fantasy. Wow. Okay.
That lava.
What was his choice? Did we see the choices around the Lava Hound?
Yeah, lava flying machine.
No, I mean the other win conditions in that slot. Or was it too quick?
I think it was lava.
I think it was too quick.
I don't think we got to see that win condition.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too quick to see. All right. So 1 push took it all there. Prince. Oh, it actually got the damage onto the tower. I was wondering how much damage got done. The Sparky actually did connect onto the tower twice here. Connected through the Prince there. And then here, just nothing. Lumberjack came down too late, and that was Murder She Wrote. At that point, you just sack the tower. You don't really mind. And yeah, D-King took it.
I think it's LCUp's few other choices other than the Prince. Can't quite remember, but yeah, we have to get better at this.
it's our first.
The writing these downs are, the other choice is actually not working 100%.
All right, so
yeah,
let's sort this out now. You take bottom.
I take the bottom, you take the top.
I take the
and
top.
I think LCUp thought about opponent's card a little too much and thought, okay, I can have one hard push because I have the fireball, which can delete a lot of blocking units, or even if it's like cards like guards, if there are a lot of shields, I have arrows. So I can focus on one target damage like the Prince. I think that was
the idea going in, yeah.
Exactly, okay. For LCUp.
I missed that first pick. That was too quick. He's okay, zap, bar, barrel, log. Chooses the log this time.
So big spell right after the small spell.
Fireball or lightning. Okay, chooses fireball over lightning and rocket there.
So distraction.
Heal spirit, that's good.
So guard, skeleton, tombstone for LCUp.
Guards. Oh, chooses tombstone, okay.
Yeah, he does have poison, just in case of graveyard later as a win condition. Unless he picked up already.
Alright. Royal Ghost. Princess Flying Machine or Ice Wizard. Now, Flying Machine has the higher win rate. Yep. So, interesting choice. I think I might have gone for Princess.
So, small anti-air.
Win
cheap
condition.
Anti-air.
Golem, Expo, Hogs.
So, win condition is the last card.
So, we choose Hogs. D-King chooses Hogs. And LCL went with the Royal Giant, right? Okay.
D-King and Hog? Royal Hogs, right?
Royal Hogs.
Yeah. because LCF had Hog. There was no way.
Yeah, I meant to say Royal Hogs.
So Royal Giant with lots of Tombstone Hut. So big spawner deck for LCF with Royal Giant in a way.
D-King has a bit of a mishmash of everything. It's hard to kind of pinpoint where it's gonna go. Fireball onto the Wizard. All right.
Fireball should actually charge up Wizard.
Because it's fire, then Zap needs to charge Ewiz.
Yes.
All right, you're heading down dark territories there. Okay, the Flying Machine is out. So the reason why you would pick Flying Machine is because you do have that Fireball, and it was on your side of the draft.
Yeah, but LCF had the Mega Minion along with the Poison, so it's not as bad, even though you don't have a Fireball. And the big problem for D-King is actually that he has a Fireball, but he doesn't have the Poison or like an Earthquake. No, right?
All right.
Rascals. Okay.
Rascals here, just after burning the log as well. So that's part of the old mind games here.
Yeah, do you force out a Fireball here?
It's
a lot of small.
It's kind of valuable, but the Heal Spirit will do a good job, and the Flying Machine on the side will also help delete those. Okay.
So waiting for that big RG timing after the Barbarian Hut is gone. D-King, just in case of something like an RG or like a heavy unit, which seems very likely with these many spawns. He knows it.
It is. The Royal Ghost is the answer, and the log, and there is the Hunter to eat it up. That was the one card I think we missed right at the beginning. So the Hunter.
So D-King doesn't even need to place that Barbarian Hut because the backup troops are actually really slow. So LCF needs a perfect Wizard to snipe on that Hunter so that the RG actually survives.
There's the Hogs, the Heal Spirit as well into that Tombstone. The Heal Spirit heals everything back up. Arrows come in. A little bit of damage, a little bit too much damage, would you say, at this point? And kind of back to level pegging. D-King has a slight advantage in terms of the cards, I say, so far.
Yeah, so exactly, LCF needs a big push with a good placement of the Wizard after the Hunter. And also the Mega Minion just in case of a good Fireball or a Flying Machine. So D-King does not want to wait for that time. Go for his own attack. 2-2 split there.
The Tombstone not quite as quick as it should have been, so those Hogs are going to get a lot of damage in. The Barbs here are going to make light work of that Royal Giant, just the one hit. The Flying Machine is going to help take out
the Royal Ghost.
Oh, but look at the value this Wizard is getting. Quite a few big bounces in there.
Still some considerable amount of damage going into the tower. Yeah, even that last hit, actually was the log damage, I think. Yeah. Still, that was about 400-500. Good enough for D-King.
One Mega Minion hit
that
as
hurts.
well. That equalizes things. Just as you get an advantage as D-King, LCF goes and gets in a hit like that. Wizard at the bridge. There's the Tombstone. Oh.
That arrow! Spicy!
Well, it's not going to matter much. This Wizard is going to fall very short of hitting that tower.
Yeah, but the Wizard actually got that splash value. Deleting that Flying Machine was actually the key. So this Poison not catching the Flying Machine until now.
But now it is time for that spell cycle to begin, and this is where the race will start.
Heal.
Any extra damage will make it a little bit quicker. There's the Fireball. 484 remaining.
It doesn't hit the Wizard because it was busy catching those Rascal Girls on the back.
There's the Royal Giant.
So this is the push that LCF has been waiting for, and with a turn with extra Poison.
All he needs is 1 or 2 hits from that Royal Giant to be able to win this. And no, he doesn't get it this time. So still out of range. Hunter has to come in against that Wizard.
Yeah, LCF actually leaked elixirs because he was just watching that play. One more Fireball does end the game for D-King, but LCF Poison again.
He's got a cycle. There's the Heal Spirit to help cycle. 204, 177. Is that going to be enough? No. The log comes down. I think that's going to be it. I think D-King has it. There is the Fireball. And that is that D-King proving that the D in his name does indeed stand for draft.
Draft King! He is the king for triple draft. He doesn't like to lose.
He does not. He has lost once to Solomon. And that's about it. So TTG are going... This is insane.
The full
draft was just so good this time around for him.
Yeah, I
again.
think both had really good chances. LCL just making sure that he gets a lot of value out of Wizard plus the arrow combination, which D-King thought not highly of, and he was not really prepared 100%, which is also okay against the Royal Logs. But I think what changed the game was actually the uses of D-King. Not just those Fireball, the heal spirits were on top, healing so many of those Royal Hogs, plus the Royal Ghost.
Yeah, and they're healing the Barbarian just a little bit to get a couple more hits in. And I mean, you saw LC up, he knew it was over, he knew the Fireball was coming, and it went down. I would say that was a very, very balanced draft from both players. No one really had a massive advantage.
I think D-King, if you actually have to talk about advantage, D-King by ever so slightly because of the Fireball trade, where he could actually get so much better, and also holding onto that Flying Machine. Plus the anti-factor against the Royal Giant. I think that's the key, because other than the Royal Giant, like other units, Wizard, Rascals, Mega Minion, pretty slow and doesn't really reach the tower.
But it can buy enough time for that Royal Giant to come down and take out a tower. So
yeah,
it was a good LCL. Both players drafted really well. You're right, there is a little bit of an advantage. I don't think it's a massive advantage for D-King in that draft.
Just by a slight bit, I would say, in terms of how many counters you have against the winning condition.
But there's still a lot of room for LC up to get through there, because like there's not, apart from the Hunter, there isn't really anything that can eat the Royal Giant too quickly. The Barbarian's at the Barbarian hut if they stack.
Hut actually tanks too many shots from the RG.
But it should. It's 7 elixir.
Yeah, which buys enough time for you to actually think about, okay, maybe I should heal my Barbarian so that RG goes down. Or you have your Hunter to keep that alive. And then when the moment is right, there was a moment where he sent the Royal Hogs to the left, which made it really hard to defend, because all LCOP had was just push aside, choose a side, put all the Huts, Tombstone, Wizard down to one side, and push with that RG. That was his only winning condition.
Could he played it a little bit differently, do you think?
I think both played all right. Maybe... No, those Wizard combinations were still really good. I mean, it was just off by one few cards, like the Heal Spirit. And maybe if the Wizard was able to survive just a little longer, but it was basically getting hit by a Fireball all the time, and it leaves with like maybe 0.2 HP, and then it dies to anything.
Yeah, and then the log would come down if it had to try and clean up the Rascal. Yeah, I mean, it was a very balanced triple draft match.
Yeah.
Both players had very strong chances to win. No one really overpowered the other in terms of draft choices.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually liking Wizards in this kind of matchup where you have to go against lots of hogs, or these type of many unit cards coming down.
So you think it's good in this meta? Old Wizard Boy didn't need any changes at all?
It could get some changes for sure. But let's get down to 1v1 now.
It's
final set. Little Chen.
Little Chen against
Not D-King.
AUK. All right, so Hog Rider in for Little Chen. What does AUK have? There is the NATO. That is the only reason you would ever let it get there without an answer. Activating the King Tower.
Yeah, not bad. Again, the Goblins with the Hog. So, sort of like what we have seen in the previous match.
Dark Prince. Could this be a giant deck? Could we be going old school double Prince giant? Probably not. That's a very old deck. We don't see much anymore.
Yeah, with the Hut, it could just still...
An Ice Wizard?
Yeah, with the Tornado, still could just be a graveyard with that poison. Certainly has a big chance.
I mean, any deck can put in a graveyard at the moment and still probably come out on top. Snowball against the Ice Wizard. So you're saying that should have powered up the Ice Wizard, right? When you said a Fireball should power up a Wizard, Snowball should power up Ice Wizard.
Yeah, but Zap should power up the E-Wiz. If we have to go all the way back to Iron Man days, yes. Iron Man versus Thor, yes, we do remember from Avengers 1. And there's that graveyard.
So giant skeleton graveyard here from AUK. Lil Chen does have tools to defend here. There's the log. The princess on that top of that tower does manage to get some work done, but still takes quite a lot of damage.
So AUK does have the hut, but in terms of the cycle and speed, Little Chen can actually out-cycle AUK. That would be the only problem if the hut gets too close, but at least the King Tower is activated, so it's not as bad. And I think AUK was willing to take that damage in this trade.
Yep. Well, both players loading back up. There's the giant skeleton at the bridge. Are we gonna see the bomb tower? Yes, we are. Is the Hawk gonna come in down that right-hand side? No, with the Ice Wizard lurking as he does. With that Earthquake, is it time? He does have the elixir to start that push. There's the Hog Rider.
And also Tornado was kept for a long time, so AUK certainly ready with the interaction.
One hit there through the Dark Prince.
I think AUK wanted a perfect defense.
Didn't get it. Okay, so Knight again here. So when are we going to see the next graveyard from AUK? It's got to try and get this giant skeleton
It's hard. It's really hard. The moment you put that graveyard, you might be taking a lot more damage from the Hogs, a little faster than your graveyard. Okay, great. Tombs. Bomb tower just in range against that hut. Nice play from Lil Chen.
Yeah, the giant skeleton is over the bridge. The baby dragon isn't, but it is being targeted by that musketeer.
Yeah, great placement.
So it looks as though like AUK might have to start cycling spells a lot earlier than he would normally feel, and maybe start leaving that graveyard behind ever so slightly and just try to cycle, like spell cycle, but it's nowhere near range right now to try that.
Yeah, Hog just out, and he's forced to use a lot of defensive cover onto the right side, and he's done damage to the left bottom, so AUK has to make that shift. Collecting elixirs now.
Yeah, well, it goes down.
Okay, good slow. Just enough to bring it down to 0 attacks.
All right, poison this time on that musketeer. Are we gonna see the graveyard? No. So we're still waiting for AUK to pull the trigger on this graveyard, just biding his time. Giant skeleton against the Hog Rider, Tornado, incoming log, but it doesn't matter. Perfect defense this time round against that.
Yeah, big mass unit has to go around. Yes, AUK cannot go onto the right. No way. Has to wait for that big chance. Little Chen 100% knew this attack was coming. Goblins are gone, but still, already Knight has taken care of a lot of skeletons, so easily done.
Yeah, but does finally take that damage advantage, does AUK. 1,000 exact left on that tower. And Little Chen loads up with another Hog Rider down that right-hand side.
Yeah, without the Ice Wizard, only the Tornado.
Okay, the hut is there to delay. The Hog Rider is down, but Little Chen, with that Earthquake, has managed to get enough damage to retake the lead by just 44 damage. This Hog Rider does almost get through.
Yeah, log in offensive mode. Okay, 10 seconds. Musketeer went all the way to the left. These right units don't really matter. You have to go against the graveyard, against the poison. You can't take any more damage.
It is done. Tiebreaker time. Down goes AUK. Little Chen taking game 1. It really does look as though Little Chen has rebounded from week 2 and is just playing like an absolute monster again.
He forced the lane swap from left to right, basically. And with no baby dragon and a giant skeleton, yeah, connecting with your graveyard on same side, AUK should have made that switch a little earlier. But Little Chen was always forcing his defensive card to be out. The Tornado always in defensive form, and the Ice Wizard together pair up. If it wasn't, even at a desperate times, AUK had to really sacrifice the hut. And Little Chen's ready with that Earthquake every time, so the Hog, most of the times not really reaching all the time, but one hit at a time, and the Earthquake damage really stacked up against it.
Yeah, it did. The Earthquake. So Spell Cycle did eventually come into it. We went down and just not enough damage on that tower. So Little Chen just closing it up. Look at the average elixir cost, 4.3. for AUK. That is a heavy. That's a very heavy graveyard deck. Against the very cheap Hog cycle that we saw, the 3 elixir cost cycle. The Hogs can just keep getting through and through, and they, like, even with the perfect defense, it always felt like half a second delay on that defense, or if you don't have the 1 elixir, you're taking damage.
Yeah, because of the giant skeleton, usually without the giant skeleton, graveyard decks are usually 3.3 to 3.5 or 6. So this is a little heavier. That's the reason why the moment you put that giant skeleton, the graveyard poison pair has to be slowed down just a little more, which gives a lot more time for Little Chen to prepare. And because of the HP difference between the bottom two, you basically knew the attack had to be on the left as the time ticked down.
Well, we are getting into game 2, possibly the final game of this set, of this match. If Little Chen can take it again, or will AUK show that he is no pushover and take us to a game 3?
AUK has been showing us lots of same decks, so Little Chen can still be the Hog Rider Firecracker deck, or the RG Firecracker that we've seen earlier today. Yeah, with the EQ, I think higher chance for a Hog Rider for sure. It's a different version of what we just had from Little Chen.
Nice resist there. Royal Giant from Little Chen. That's a very aggressive move at this point. But
on the left,
does AUK have anything to help defend with that Dark Prince? It doesn't look like he does. He's taken a lot of damage from that Royal Giant.
And we'll sacrifice some, but the bats will take care of that baby dragon. Not bad. The giant skeleton from Little Chen. Not the best tool against the graveyard, but he does have the skeletons for the back defense.
Yeah, and the log as well really did help. So not much coming from that graveyard, just a couple of scratches. And already AUK has taken a lot of damage on that top left tower.
Yes. So let's see if that stack onto the right, changing the attack to the left for Little Chen, if that actually helps at the end of the game or not. Because the hut and the graveyard, for now, what Little Chen has, it's actually really hard. He does have the bats and the skeletons, but if they're gone with a snowball or poison, then against the graveyard, you don't really have too many tools.
Yeah, the giant skeleton isn't too bad if the graveyard is like on your defensive side, because the graveyard will
a lot,
it'll stick around that giant skeleton for too long.
Yeah, but it's
not ideal.
It's still very, very slow in terms of attack speed.
Yeah, it is not ideal, but it is an option when you have no other options available.
Yeah, so I think bats are just the way to go.
But with that poison, it's rough. Here is the Royal Giant. It's going to start eating into those Spear Goblins, but with the Firecracker as well, getting that range, and the Earthquake, it is probably going to focus on the time. He's going to get there,
yeah,
though.
so the pull with even to the Firecracker is crucial, but how long that Firecracker survives and the splash damage into the cone of attack into the tower, I think that's the key for Little Chen right now.
All right, death damage goes down, 1068 versus 1684, and the graveyard comes in from AUK. The Royal Giant there played at the bridge just to
no
tank
defense
the
against the graveyard, too bad.
And it's gone. One graveyard is all it takes,
yeah.
And AUK takes it here.
And AUK takes it. He needed this win to bounce back. That's 1-1 tie. The moment at the bridge when the Royal Giant was put down, graveyard. That's sometimes the choice, sometimes the timing just goes off for yourself. Graveyard directly attaches onto the tower, RG. You still need some time, and your opponent happens to have a tornado to pull you back. Well, so in terms of race, guess who wins?
Graveyard, right?
Yes.
Are you sure it's not the Royal Giant? Are you sure it's not the Royal Giant would win in a race?
Sometimes the Royal Giant wins.
Most of the time it doesn't. Okay. All right, so the Firecracker comes down here.
Yeah,
Poison
Firecracker is not the best tool against the graveyard. So yeah, so
look at that, just
at the end, at the end, Little Chen just thought, okay, yeah, pretty bad matchup against the graveyard. I don't really have too many. The bats, skeletons, they're just gonna melt to the poison anyhow, so might as well just put something down. Firecracker didn't really work.
No, it did not. It's you can't even say that it's anywhere near good for.
And I also liked how AUK just kept that same deck. usually after the loss, you don't really see this. Usually after a win, yes. You can try it two more times, and it's AUK. He's AUK.
AUK plays one deck apparently a week and just plays it over.
Yeah, so I practiced
over.
that for 5 days. Might as well just use it over the weekend. And then if I get tired of this deck, maybe I'll switch over to something else.
Maybe I'll just play it one last time for old time's sake. You never know. But the thing is, this plays into the mind games because now as little Chenny, you're like, all right, is he going to bring that deck again? Or is he going to bring something completely different?
Let's find out. It is game 3 so far. Same decks twice.
I mean, the Goblin Hut really doesn't indicate any particular deck at this point of time in the meta because it's in everything.
Hut?
Earthquake. Okay.
And Hut paired a lot more with E-Golem, but E-Golem certainly, in terms of one crown race, does end up falling. And we've seen a game yesterday with E-Golem Rage, and he didn't even get to play those 2 cards.
Nope. Shut down instantly. Okay. Poison is there down on the tower, and a giant skeleton again with the earthquake. Giant skeleton. All right.
So AUK finally a different version of the graveyard. Or I should say the regular version.
The normal one. All right. So the Baby Dragon is taken out by that Musketeer and Bats. And the Musketeer is doing a lot of work from the back here. The Giant Skeleton crosses the bridge. So that's going to just provide a little bit of extra tank, slowing AUK down because you don't want to put anything in there. Okay.
So with the Giant Skeleton, so AUK certainly waiting for that graveyard time of his own. And last card, the Tornado. Little Chen can surprise us. What else can we really think?
Graveyard.
The graveyard is a chance. I think graveyard RG those have the highest chances.
There is a very outside chance of something like a Hog Rider. Very, very outside chance. It's not impossible. It would fit. Like, you do have the Earthquake. You do have a very quick cycle. It is graveyard from AUK, obviously. That last card for Little Chen is an enigma right now. Well defended, this graveyard, though.
It's a mystery. I had to put down Musketeer. Took some more damage because it happened at the same time with the Giant Skeleton. As long as the Musketeer survives, Little Chen's okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. Defend
Yeah,
her
Royal
at all
Giant.
costs. It is the Royal Giant.
And a Tornado pull with the slow.
Going to be able to defend this relatively well.
No.
1 hit? No. 2 hits?
Okay, because AUK took less damage onto the left, he's willing to take that damage instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risky option. It is definitely there. If Poison comes down, that's going to just expose the Musketeer to the Knight and to that Ice Wizard. Damage getting done now on the left-hand side. Royal Giant loaded up again. Another Ice Wiz and another Knight there. Is he going to commit any extra elixir to this defense? Yes. He does have to put down that 3 elixir for that Tornado.
Yeah, without the Tornado, it would be even or even less. If you compare the HP of left and right. So AUK willing to make that change. Now, with that Poison Graveyard again.
Poison already come down, so the Skeletons at the back are fine to live a couple of extra days. Couple of hits coming in from this graveyard, though. 15-18 remains.
I believe about 2 or 3, so not too bad as a secondary option to push left or right. Both of the players, actually.
Yeah, Lil Chen getting that Earthquake damage into that top right-hand tower, which is kind of what he needs at this point. That's where he wants to put damage. He just wants to extend and stretch AUK onto that left-hand side when he puts down those Royal Giants. He's just trying to protect his lead. This time goes down the right-hand side with that.
Oh, the bats are gone
the
for the
bats
Poison.
Straight into the Poison.
When the Baby Dragon comes, okay, Musketeer, instantly melt, and the Baby Dragon starts taking it now, so that tower is gone RG, compared to that little too slow.
1, 6, 8. Poison will finish it. There you go.
And there's AUK having that celebration with the final Poison. TT Gaming, they're up there in top 2 position, bringing down Nova Esports. China versus China for now. It is still WEDGM and TT Gaming on that top 2 slots.
Yeah, 4-1 right now is TT Gaming. I mean,
wow. I mean, AUK Fantasy Royale every week. Yes.
I think
certainly a good choice.
So there was a point where I could have traded and I completely forgot and I haven't done it, and I'm like, I always stick with my first picks in fantasy anyway because I forget about it. So I'm hoping I picked AUK. But fantastic set. What do you make of Little Chen? Little Chen played a lot more solid this week compared to last week. So I think the future is continuing to be bright for him.
Yeah, I think against the Graveyard and RG, you have the tornado's coming. So I think focusing onto one side could have been a better choice. And always against the Graveyard, if you just not have the best tools against Poison, you're just stuck there. I think Musketeer was his desperate move at the end to just defend against the skeletons, but yeah, well countered.
The bats just being dropped straight into the poison. It's just like,
melted. It's all. Yeah, that's it for our second match, but one more match remaining for tonight. We come back after a short break. Final match awaits.
Welcome back to Clash Royale League East special season.
Special.
It is special.
Really
it does have
special.
triple draft.
Yes.
That makes it very special. All right. So far we have seen Talon 2-0 Ponos. The collapse of Ponos continues. What many would consider the Japanese all-star team.
But Fav is doing okay. So
Fav carrying that torch. Nova 1, TTG 2. TTG proving once again that they are the second best team in this league behind only WEDGM.
Yeah, only against WEDGM. Yeah. That's still okay. I mean, it's a top star. It's hard to reach the it's pretty high up there, WEDGM, their roster. They don't know how to lose. Their triple draft has been working really solid. But seems like Nova can't really reach right now at the level of it went all the way until the last games. But AUK just bringing out just a solid Graveyard to win. I think Graveyard is right now just way to go.
Yeah.
And if you just do not have a good counter against the Graveyard, you're donezo right there.
It's like you've always got to assume that no matter what deck you're playing, your opponent's going to bring Graveyard. Like, that's unfortunately just the way you have to play it right now. So that's why decks with Dark Goblin do pretty okay. That's why we've seen quite a few Dark Goblins, because you just plant that bad boy behind your King Tower.
Yeah, double barrel Dark Goblin Princess. Yeah.
Exactly. So even if they do have the Graveyard, you've got answers for it.
Yeah, while you're defending, you just throw that Skeleton Barrel off to the other side, or you let left or right, and then oftentimes it reaches the tower. It's at least a death damage.
And that's sometimes all it takes to chip away. But the last game of this evening is going to be, as you mentioned before, Fav Gaming against Kicks. Now, this is a battle of the mid-table.
Yes, right there.
Fav Gaming, Katashian, Jack, Expo Master. Who's the other one? I'm forgetting somebody. Is there another one? Danny.
Yes.
Danny Kensameshi. So Danny Kensameshi, Expo Master, Jack. It's a solid team. They've done really well so far this season.
And so there are two really big superstars in that squad. When Jack, he can certainly hold up the entire team, but when he's feeling a little tired, Expo Master kicks in hard and puts that power back into the team. And they've got a big squad. They're in terms of roster power, they also have characteristics between all the players. Donnie, also Kensumeshi, who hasn't been really playing anyhow, but still, I don't think it's because he's like bad or anything. He doesn't need to be up there.
Yeah, he's played one triple draft and lost 0-2 to Solomon. Again, WEDGM. Could we just discount WEDGM out of these stats? Because otherwise, like, Kensumeshi has played 0 games this season. But yeah, going against Kicks. Now, Kicks they had a dodgy first week. They lost to WEDGM, but then they beat Talon. They beat Nova, which was a big upset at the time. Nova looked incredibly strong, and it's mainly due to the Frenchman on the team, Icelaw, who has had a fantastic revival this season. Last season he had a very good season, but kind of started to falter towards the end. Maybe this time he can bring it back up. Key players, this time we're going to look at Jack and Legend.
Yeah.
Former Nova player himself, Legend. 0 win rate in everything. Jack, 50% solo win rate, 33.3% triple draft. Remember, when we say solo win rate, that includes both King of the Hill and the 1v1 set at the end.
Yeah, Legend did play 2 King of the Hill and triple draft only, but only losses. That's why it's just kept on 0 right there. Well, look at this roster. There's that big name, Jack.
And Expo Master. That's
he's not the only person. Expo Master had some amazing weekend last week, having that big streak on his own, just keeping his team alive after Jack fell down. And compared to that, so Icelaw with all the way. So I think both of the teams, they're on a rising slope for sure.
I thought you were going to say rising slump, and I was getting very confused.
Rising slope. So positive slope, not the negative slope. And they go straight. Can they go straight up a little bit towards that those two slots against WDJM and TT Gaming, they're right below 3rd and 4th place right now.
All right, so it's going to be Katassian versus JTV. JTV's debut this season.
Oh, JTV's first game.
It's JTV's first game. Katassian himself, though, has beaten Greed and lost to Sado. Sado team timing, or maybe we could
just came out once against Team Timing and King of the Hill. That was it. Time to prove yourself once again, and JTB, even last year, at the end of last year, didn't really play too many games.
He is a quality player, though.
Yeah, but played lots of 2v2.
Yeah. Okay, skeleton barrel bats, and there is a miner.
So double barrel, barrel miner.
Fireball against that. That's
that's a starting in if you don't have the cycle. It's not bad. You just have to throw down a spell. That's okay. But because of that, you're. Oh, you actually did somewhat of damage with those spears, so it's not bad.
It's not good either.
Oh, no, Kitashan actually leaking elixirs. Okay.
All right, sitting back, waiting for it. Here's another skeleton barrel from JTV. Baby Dragon this time. The bats are going to be able to just chip a little bit, and look at the damage these skeletons got. They got quite a few.
Yes.
It's crazy. It was down there for like half a second, and it still
like
gets
400 damage, a lot with that death damage plus.
All right, Mega Knight coming in. There is a hunter here.
Mega Knight barrel variant with the hunter.
Does he have anything to reset this Inferno Dragon? There is the snowball. That does the job. The Mega Knight connected to the tower, and the hunter on that on that Lava Hound just got work done. But now look at this. That's scary.
Poison.
Barbarians, poison has to come down. Does he have anything to distract? Because if this gets to the tower, it's going to be rough. Bats are there. Still a lot of damage seeping through, but 390 on that bottom left-hand tower. That Mega Knight. Oof.
Yeah, you can't really... Because of that snowball, and there are lots of small units that can block Inferno Dragon. At least there's no like E-Wiz or a Zap, but still, you have to get that Inferno Dragon early on to get that Mega Knight down.
Kitashian leaving that right-hand side down again.
He can't put any more elixir to the right side.
No, the miner comes in on that left though. Fireball comes in, that does take out the hunter. The bats are taken out, so now there is a Lava Hound and a Baby Dragon, but that miner...
Yeah, race for the next crown, basically, for both players. I think Kitashan might be thinking about 3 crowns.
I think he should. The Zap does come down for Kitashian. Kitashian has been holding on to that for what feels like forever. The hunter just ignores everything going on that left-hand side, and it's coming down the right. Snowball has to come in to distract those pups and finish that off. He has taken quite a bit of damage, so 691, JTV getting the offense done with these skeleton barrels.
So when is that balloon coming down? That's when I'm wondering, JTV really locking onto that hunter just in case. He hasn't prepared that all the way. Oh, it's instead of the miner all the way.
Pocket skeleton barrel does go into that goblin hut. Is the Mega Knight gonna connect into it? He does. Is he gonna finish it?
The hunter's still locked onto the tower, and the poison that locks and deals the damage to the barbarians all the way.
Is he gonna get a pellet through? No, 98, 68, 41.
Yeah,
he just needs a
snowball. 56. So Kitashan holding on to that final card. Yeah, with a Zap, there was higher chance for a miner, certainly. But because he was holding on to it for such a long time,
Kitashian held on to that Zap for far too long. He had barrels, skeleton barrels, sitting in front of his tower, and he just ate the damage. And I feel like he could have expended 2 elixir there to just zap it away.
yeah, against those skeletons from the barrel, there were certainly lots of timings where he could have saved at least 400 or 500 HP at a time.
That Mega Knight got so much work done. The snowball, perfect reset. It just started eating away. And look at that. The hunter just deletes the Lava Hound before it gets really across. That poison was absolutely beautiful. But the barbarians did get to the tower. They got a lot of damage done. JTV had to distract the Inferno Dragon with the bats. Mega Knight just too strong against this.
Yeah, against the barbarians, where you're supposed to have the barbarians surrounding the Mega Knight, but it's the other way in this case.
The last card was the miner. So it was miner, Lava Hound. And the tower goes down. Poison. Snowball. Was this a matchup victory, or did JTV just outplay this?
I think the first few cards certainly did help. Did hurt Kitashan a lot because of one fireball, but he ended up leaking Elixir anyhow. So it doesn't really matter, but Kitashan went a little too greedy with his own lava attack. I think he could have been a little bit safer, but because of the Elixir average Elixir cost and the quick cycle, because if JTB holds on to that Mega Knight, other cards are basically all average of 3 or maybe 3.1-ish. So in terms of cycle, he was going to lose a lot more in trade.
So Jack is coming in for Gitassian now. So it's going to be Jack versus JTV. JTV's first game, he did bring in Skeleton Barrel.
Mega Knight Skeleton Barrel. Yeah, which is pretty decent with the Miner Hunter. Yeah, it does come oftentimes with the Poison Snowball. That's usually the pair, and I think Kitashan knew about it. That's why he was forcing out the poison with the pub or the barbarian so that the lava can actually survive. But with the lava, you're supposed to have that miner. So the miner tanks the shot and the pubs to do damage with the zap, because the zap gives that small amount of time for the pups to connect and do incredible amount of damage, sort of like those skeletons.
And with the miner there, you zap so that the tower retargets onto the miner, not the pups. So yeah, he just couldn't get it going, could he? He couldn't get the miner down. First miner coming in with like 10 seconds left of the game. That's not good.
So that's the reason why I thought it was. It doesn't feel like a balloon, but I guess it is a balloon because he was holding on to it for such a long time. When he actually gave up on defending, he had enough elixirs, and there were some times, not perfect timing for miners, but there was some chances for the miner even after the defending poison. So I was really doubting myself. Even like, it's supposed to be a miner, but balloon? No, it didn't turn out to be.
Well, when you're holding onto a card that long, you would go to something out of the ordinary. He's trying to find a timing for something like a balloon. Or something crazy underneath that lava hound. But it never came. And you're still thinking, like, what's he holding on for? What is he holding there?
Yeah, that was a really tough game for Kitashan. Okay, but
now it's down to Jack.
Yeah, game 2. Jack the Hogmaster.
Yep, has been playing
the
a lot of...
The world knows it.
He's played Minor Mortar. He has played Sparky Expo. He has played Mega Knight with the Graveyard. Lava Loon. He's played pretty much everything at this point.
And JTB can surprise us with his own hog.
Firecracker.
Hog Firecracker.
It could very well be.
Arrows.
Arrows. I'm digging that card right now, yeah.
That's exactly what we're feeling.
And there is the Skeleton Barrel. Okay, Jack playing the Skeleton Barrel Hunter. He is going to just shut down that relatively quickly. He took one hit from the Skeleton here and at half HP. So drop the Heal Spirit, why don't you? Get it back up, heal it quite nicely. But no, the Mega Knight is just like, don't think so.
Yeah, but Hog Rider Firecracker, it's actually pretty decent, even with the mini P.E.K.K.A. or the Barbarians.
Yeah, Mini P.E.K.K.A. shutting down that Mega Knight, and it's the Hog Rider. So the Royal Hogs. Royal Hogs coming in. Mini P.E.K.K.A. is shut down. Arrows down on the left. Goblins down on the right. Great defense here by Jack, but does take a little bit of damage. Couldn't shut down those Royal Hogs instantly, especially when they split 2 and 2.
So Mega Knight Miner.
Goblin Gang
usually doesn't have doesn't have the building, so it could be rough. So you need that perfect. So it will be most likely to split because of that Mega Knight.
Hunters really good against their flying machine though. Okay, so it's not.
So certainly with an arrow, we felt like it was a different combination, but Jack's been having lots of combination trade here.
Yeah, I do like bringing the arrows because a lot of decks, like we were talking about this yesterday, me and Paper Thin, where arrows is just a really good card in this meta. There's a lot of cards that just go down to it. It's only 3 elixir. So we'd expect to see it more, and we haven't. So maybe Jack is starting the trend here.
JTB, final final spell. I think it's very likely Earthquake along with what he has. A Mega Knight drop on the right. JTB kind of forced this to happen.
Yeah, the Hogs on that left-hand side, though, getting work done. They've been left all alone. The Flying Machine just leaves one of them there. And now we have
but the Skeleton's caught right there. Defensive Earthquake, not quick enough.
Yeah, and the Flying Machine connects too, and that finishes that. And Jack has done it.
Yeah, was willing to sacrifice some HP on the left with the Royal Hogs only, but I'm gonna create a bigger push. Okay, I have my Mega Knight pushing towards the bridge and the Skeleton Barrel right next to the tower and the Miner on the back, which caught the attention of the Firecracker after the knockback. So, smart choice, understanding, using your opponent's unit
against
in a way.
Yeah. Well, Jack taking the victory. Something that many would probably predict in this matchup, especially Jay. I think last season and the season before when they went against each other, Jack usually had the upper hand, but Jay didn't play that many 1v1s, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, with the mini P.E.K.K.A., yeah, we were seeing chances of that Royal Hogs, which was also hit by those arrows. Arrows doesn't really do too much damage onto it, but still, Flying Machine had enough range to lock onto at least one more, providing some more HP, and that Firecracker locked onto Miner allowed the Skeletons and also the Earthquake not catching, and it doesn't go down in one tick. That's the main source.
Yeah, and I mean, JTV burned that log on that left hand with the Royal Hogs. It did nothing. If he'd have had that to defend,
yes,
it would have been much better for him. So JTV is swapped out with Benzer. Now, Benzer has had, basically, it's a tale of two modes. His King of the Hill is not good. It's a loss, and another loss. However, his triple draft is two very strong wins.
Yes, and liked a lot of Kicks video how Benzer is really good with memorizing.
Yeah.
And he does memorize a lot of those cards, the choices that can be given from the opponent and himself too. So that's why I think he's finding a lot of success in triple draft, likely to be seen in the triple draft in set 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got to really point it down. Lots of times he went down with that Goblin Giant Sparky.
Yeah.
And if you, in this cycle where you're forced off to just the single side and you set your Sparky already and on the other side there's nothing else. And he was caught many times doing that. Just sort of moving away from the old decks, old favorites that you had. I think that's a smarter choice. I think he's been finding a lot of success in short, quick cycles last season and the season before.
But this season, not so much. He has tried the Skeleton Barrel and did lose. He lost to, I think it was B-King, in the King of the Hill with that deck, with the Skeleton Barrel. What was it? What was the other cards? Skeleton Barrel with the Bomb Tower, Log Knight, Spear Goblins, Poison Bats, Miner. So he has played those decks that are now super popular. But you kind of want to see him on that mortar, right? You want to see him on a motorcycle deck.
Yeah, which doesn't
in this
quite
day and age
work, but it comes out a lot less than the Expo.
Yeah.
On ladder for sure, and also the Grand Challenge. In terms of competitive, we've seen Motor very few times, even including triple draft. Like, I'm talking less than 3 in total within the last 3 weeks, plus some other tournaments that's been happening online. So Motor is just not being seen at all, which is actually, if you can get down with the Skeleton Barrel, if you can make some adjustment with the small elixir cost spells, I think it's actually okay at a level of Benzer.
Yeah, look at the elixir cost distribution, almost identical. Both players really preferring that 3.5 to 4.0. But the difference is that Benzer will go lower in cycle, whereas Jack likes to go a little bit higher in his elixir cost.
That's Goblin Giant Sparky 4.0 with Earthquake. Yeah, that's right there with 4.0.
That would still go in that middle bracket, so what is he playing that's above that?
Golems.
Yeah.
Over 4.1, like E-Golem Dragons, that's 4.1.
You know what? You know what deck would have put that over?
3 Muskies?
No, I was going to say Expo Sparky. I'm still, like, I did a search for that deck, Expo
I didn't even write down
Sparky.
That's the only deck missing from my list.
I went and checked to see if it had been anywhere else, and the only one I could find was at, like, 5,000 trophies. was someone running an Expo Sparky deck.
Was it after him watching Jack play or before watching? Before? Yeah.
It was a very interesting choice.
I'm surprised that you actually found the person.
Me too.
Oh, we've had. Oh, balloons.
Oh, okay, balloon.
Naked balloon with nothing else.
Okay. All right, making our job nice and easy, Jack. So it is going to be a balloon deck against possibly what, G-Cliff? You saying graveyard for Benza?
Yeah, why not?
Baby Dragon got decent work done on that bottom left-hand tower.
Yeah, spent nothing else, so Lava Loon. And with a Zap, we felt that, okay, it feels like Lava very likely, but opening end, not really working out for Zach. Yeah, spending on Zap against the Baby Dragon doesn't really count too much.
Alright, Benza trying to cycle probably back to that Baby Dragon, knowing these minions would be there, and Inferno Dragon as well. Poison comes down.
So after the Lava, can't think of a timing. Yep. Because of the early poison, the pups were going to survive, so that great snowball. Still the Inferno Dragon did some damage.
Yeah, the Inferno Dragon getting connection onto the tower like that. Benza throwing the good game. It's like, well, all right. It happened. A couple of hits there off the Baby Dragon, though.
So what does he have? Does he have the guards like the regular old days, or is it going to be the Barbarians against? Because that poison will be melting those ground units anyhow.
Well, we're going to find out. Lava
Or
Loon.
Jack might just be trading.
That's a very interesting spot to drop your balloon behind your Lava Hound. Like right next to your tower? Oh. Arrows
he
again.
He wanted to get some arrows value.
Mega Knight comes down from Benza. That's going to just tank up a lot of shots, and that balloon almost got the drop there. But now look at this. That's a very healthy Mega Knight. That's a relatively healthy Baby Dragon who isn't targeted by the tower. That tower is down.
Yeah, so surprise attack onto the right. Doesn't even need anything else.
Jack goes down the other side. Poison there to take the minions. Doesn't have anything to help Benzer. Nothing against that balloon. Does snowball.
No, that doesn't even. The bottom King Tower at 705.
705. My goodness. It's basically over. There's the guard, so it is an old school.
Emotes. Battle happening right there. Arrows not even close.
Putting the poison in front of the
pocket
tower.
Poison. Yes, that's the perfect pocket poison I like to see. Benzer was going ahead, and the counter matchup was unreal.
Yeah. That Mega Knight really did turn the tides. I think it just gathered everything on it and just shut it down. So you're saying Benza won the deck matchup here, G-Clef?
Certainly yes. What answer do you expect out of me after seeing this matchup?
I was expecting something a little bit controversial, but that snowball actually may have been a slight misplay.
Even without the snowball, Baby Dragon I think would have caught a lot of those units, and I think the important catch was not hitting the Inferno Dragon.
I am really digging arrows though. It did work. Yes, he still lost the game, but it cleaned up a lot. Unfortunately, arrows do not kill Mega Knights in this day and age.
And still, he didn't even have to use the graveyard at all. He knew exactly, okay, I have so many in push, and I don't even have to use my graveyard because my ground units are not going to be blocked by either the guards or barbarians. They have no chance of defending my troops.
Yeah, both players choosing a heavier elixir cost, but it's within that comfort range of theirs between 3.5 and 4 elixir. So, yeah, I'm really digging. Not using the graveyard. Like, we see a lot of players who bring graveyard and then they think, I have to make the graveyard work. I have to push with the graveyard. The graveyard is my win condition. Benzer just held up. It's like, there's a reason why Mega Knight is in the win condition window in Triple Draft. It's a win condition.
Okay, Simon.
That's what he said.
We get it, okay? We get it. But because also, not just that, because he also had to no tornado, which means that, okay, against the lava pubs, against those air, poison, always in defensive mode. I think that's exactly what Benzer had. And without the poison, graveyard sometimes not as effective.
So you're saying that was the decision tree. I
need
my poison defensively, therefore...
So no graveyard, and then you basically know with the Lava Loon deck what the final card is going to be. So just make a big push. Mega Knight against Guard or Barbarians or whatever the troop card was going to be. Yeah, one jump eliminates most of them.
Barbarians pretty good against Mega Knight though.
Yeah, but he had a stack of.
Oh yeah, there was way too much there.
Big wave, right? There's a tsunami on the left side.
And he didn't have Barbarians anyway, so it didn't
those
matter.
guards.
Well. Guards, I do like guards.
One of my favorite cards along with Dark Goblin.
Really?
Yeah.
They're up there in your favorite cards?
Yes, actually, I think.
You would choose guards over skellies?
Yes, I actually like guards a lot.
I love skellies. I love my Larrys.
Still pretty good against the Battle Ram, and it does stop the Battle Ram from reaching the tower. It also takes care of the Barbarians. So a lot of bridge spam in heavy decks. Where Skeletons go down immediately, guards actually reach the tower.
Okay.
With the shields.
Expo Master,
I can talk forever with cards.
70% win rate, Expo Master. Played 10 games total, whereas Benzer sitting on 90. Look at that, 60% in that 3.5 to 4. 30% in that lower end cycle. So both players roughly even. Talking about this, Expo Master, his last few decks have been obviously a Graveyard with the Inferno Dragon, Bomb Tower, Valkyrie Archers.
Okay.
He's played Ewiz, Zap, Ice Wizard, NATO, Valk, Balloon, Inferno Dragon, Miner, so the Miner Balloon. And he has played the Mega Knight Miner Skeleton Barrel as well, with the Dark Goblin.
Yeah, and switching off to the Wall Breaker. The trend has been without the Mega Knight.
Let's see.
So if you place your archers right there, or even the magic archers, fast enough, no damage from the Wall Breakers.
There is a barrel right down the back. That distracts the Valkyrie, allowing the Bandit to get really close to the tower, but it doesn't matter. Valkyrie just spins to win there.
Yeah, but also the Princess Tower locked onto the Bandit. So the timing was insane with the cannon cart.
Okay, cannon cart here. The Hunter against the Hog. So we do see Hog from Benzer.
Yeah, even the Bandit I thought was pretty weird, but this combination, you don't get to see this every day in your daily life, guys. Expo Master.
Bringing out something, that's for sure. Okay, barrel comes in again. Snowball to defend.
Only 1 damage.
Yep.
And the Skeleton against the Archers to take no damage on his own.
That last card has to be a spell, right? Expo Master wouldn't run a spellless deck.
I think it can. No, there's skeletons. I was thinking of Skell Army for a second.
Skarmy.
But there's always a skeleton, so
I mean,
no need.
It is the log. Okay.
Okay, it does hit the Hog Rider, so not too bad. And Hunter actually
shuts down the Hog Rider before it gets anything, especially with a little bit of help from the Princess. Another barrel coming in. Barrel should be there. Yes, it is. But still, he has taken 14-21. But how's Benzer going to break through this? It's going to be rough. I don't think...
So need to find some time. And when Expo Master uses the cannon cart, there might be some opening with the elixir.
There's a snowball. This time the Hog Rider does get a hit. But Princess deleting the bats above. Now he's got to try to defend cannon cart and wall breakers and Princess and the guard barrel. The Goblin barrel, he does take 1 wall breaker to the face. And the log comes down. Incoming Hunter. Smack. Bang. Wallop. Okay. And it is down. 16-19 remains on that bottom left-hand tower for Expo.
So it depends on how much Elixir Expo actually spends to throw those wall breakers and the barrel together this time without the wall breakers. So he's certainly thinking about the counter-attack that could happen from Benzer. So you need to really watch out for your timing. And that cannon card can be a poison of your own. It can hurt your own defending side. 1 hit,
just the 1. Okay, Valkyrie against the cannon does stop it from crossing the bridge properly. And the Valkyrie is going to have a little bit of life coming over this tower. The Princess is going to make sure that doesn't live much longer. Bandit and the wall breakers coming in, snowball, but unfortunately the Princess Tower is connected to that Bandit, which gets the charge and 2 wall breakers, and it has fallen apart.
And also the right. Taking too much damage with the final blow of the Princess plus that log. I mean, if you have that many small troops, the wall breakers, cannon cart, the Goblin barrel, talk about spells. How many do you need? You need 3 spells plus the building to defend against that perfectly.
I mean, Expo Master and Benzer going at it is something that I feel like we've seen a lot, and you'd think Benzer would have known that Expo Master would have played this deck, but nobody would have known. And the Wall Breaker's got so much work done, and I mean, for Benzer, he just didn't really have much to defend here.
Yeah, and I think Bandit is a great choice against the buildings. It puts the damage with lots of dashes, and within the dash it actually deletes the source of damage and eats the spells.
Last card was Earthquake.
Yeah, you would expect Earthquake, but you don't need it really. Even against the cannon card, unless it turns the cannon to block the Hog Rider perfectly when you have the chance, you don't really have to use
the
Earthquake.
slow on the Hunter, though, could have allowed a couple of extra Hog.
Well, Hog was at least getting some kind of hit, and that's usually all you need in terms of your own cycle. What made it hard for Benzer was his own defense. So that's what really mattered, that when you have when you don't have the defensive card, only had the Barb Barrel, maybe with a Snowball could have been really, really nice.
Anyway, next player up for kicks is gonna be Icelaw. Now, Icelaw, I don't want to say he carried the team, but he definitely did put in a lot of work in last week. Will he have to do it this week? So far, no. JTV has 1-1. Benzer has 1-1, so it's down to Icelaw to close it out. Now, Icelaw has beaten Beaking. He banished Little Chen to the Shadow Realm. He beat Blizzard and did lose to Line, but he did then go on to beat Line in that 1v1. So Icelaw is an absolute monster right now. He has 3 for 5 wins to 2. He's scary.
So the reason why he's scary, because he comes out as the last player and also in 1v1 and at incredible talent at his young age, and also I don't think he feels pressured. He doesn't really make too many mistakes, often super plays with those spells, having some incredible prediction spells with the Snowball. So those were the key moments, especially last week, the reason why Icelaw was able to win. If he's able to do that at least once a game every single time, I think he will basically stamp to the team as, okay, sign me up for next season and next year and the year after.
Give me a permanent lifetime contract. Okay, so it is going to be against Expo, though. Do you think the style of Expo's play would counter the way that we know Icelaw plays, or would you say that they're basically even Stevens in terms of play style?
Not just because of play style. They're cheap cycle, but in a very different color. Expo Master, I think Expo Master has had the surprise factor. If this was their first match fighting against each other, it is. But because Expo Master played one game before, I think Icelaw can sort of predict what's going to happen in this matchup, and certainly prepare for those like double barrel and the deck that Expo just used with the Wall Breaker. Because certainly the types of decks that Expo Master and Fob has been bringing was lots of those spell baits, even with the Dark Goblin and just the Goblin Barrel with some quick attacks, some bridge spammy decks. And other than that, it has been mostly lava from Japan as a region.
Yeah, and Icelaw has just played absolutely everything. He's played Earthquake, Hog Rider, he's played Skeleton Barrel, Wall Breakers, he's played Royal Hogs with the Barbarians and the Musketeer.
So let's see if he's ready. Well, he said he was ready on social media right before the match. And Expo Master certainly on a roll for Fob Gaming.
Yeah, he's been revitalized since joining Fob, and it's been really good to see. We and you have been casting Expo Master
for
since
3 years now.
Yeah, all the way in 2017.
So he's up there now. So far, haven't lost a game in King of the Hill yet.
All right, well, we'll see if he can continue this win streak against the absolute monster that is Icelaw. The minions come in to take the Dark Prince. What are we seeing here, G-Clef?
Minions, maybe? Goblin Giant Sparky? But that doesn't really feel like Expo Master's type. Let's see a few more cards, and Okay, Miner with Hill Spirit.
Hogs.
Yeah, even Royal Hogs, if possible.
All right, it is Goblin Giant from Expo Master. Good read. Knowing that he wouldn't be his playstyle is exactly why it is his playstyle.
So might be forcing out seeing possibly another Giant. Yeah, from Ice Law, but it's not the best time against the mini P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah, well, he'll play it when he's good and ready. The cannon card here doing the job on defense, but this Musketeer is very healthy. Has to log it. Does take one hit from that.
Perfect timing to eliminate two, 3 more shots from that Musketeer. Musketeer hurts a lot,
Okay, this is the first time I think we've seen Ice Law with the cannon card. The Miner.
Yeah. Waiting for that time for the Giant. I mean, against the mini P.E.K.K.A, I think he really has to time it well. Or maybe just not even play that.
I mean, yeah, he could just completely ignore it, but then he's got to rely on that chip damage from the Miner. Maybe a little...
Does take the charge, but he can certainly make the Miner work in a way and have the snowball push.
Yeah, the minions actually get a couple of good hits in here. 1344, 1260. Expo Master loads up with the Sparky, which means we're going to see the old Goblin Giant just in front of it relatively soon. There we go. Sparky connects into the cannon cart. And now you've got a dilemma if you're Ice Law. How are you going to defend this push? What does he have? Does he have... Doesn't have the Zap, does have the Snowball.
Good Zap to delay their attack just for a second. Heal Spirit to take care of the Sparky along with that log. So good timing with the combination for Ice Law. There's that Giant finally coming down the lane.
Yeah, the minions as well. Raining death from above.
So that was the thing. So mini P.E.K.K.A. Oh, even the mini P.E.K.K.A. actually went towards that Miner to get rid of him.
He pushed it with the Snowball, I believe. And that was to try and open up that window for that cannon cart. Didn't work this time, didn't connect to the tower. But it doesn't matter. Ice Law still has the advantage. There goes in the log. 9-5-2 remains.
I think both has a real good chance. Ice Law still okay. In terms of damage, it has put out more. But Expo Master, all you need is a hit from mini P.E.K.K.A. or Sparky. So you're good to go. So splitting lanes, like this change.
Yeah, he kind of had to do it. Snowball comes
Goblin
in.
Giant and also the Spear Goblin swing. Not too bad onto the right.
Yeah, and Sparky takes care of that Giant. But now there's double Baby Dragon. The Musketeer does use that Miner to try and deal with that. So it's just going to be one Baby Dragon coming across the bridge. Just going to go down. But still, Ice Law has the damage advantage.
Yeah, keeps the Musketeer alive, forces out another log that does not damage the tower. So great play, great placement from both players.
Are we going to see the Goblin Giant in front, or are we going to see the Goblin Giant go down that right-hand side, make it feign the push on the left, on the right?
So delete that Giant really fast to make sure you can actually have a lot of time for your Musketeer. So that's what Expo Master is focusing on the left, and just naked Giant, Giant on the right.
So much damage actually coming through. Advantage goes to Expo Master.
Yeah, the Giant has no advantage against mini P.E.K.K.A. and Sparky. So that's what makes it really hard for Ice Law.
So Expo Master allowed one push, giving a little bit of a false sense of security, but I thought it was going to get across the bridge. The Miner actually gets 1-2 hits in here. So damage advantage once again now going towards Ice Law.
Push from that Snowball. Okay, Miner plus those minions.
He's going to do work. The cannon card at the front, the minions have to be used on defense, but that Miner is living far too long. 3-3-6 remain on that tower.
Yeah, defensive log. He knows that about 300 apart. You can't really do too much with the spells, unless the final spell is like lightning. So it is, but down to the final few spells, but the Miner's on it. That might actually be close to tower, but still about 200 away.
Ice Law does not know how to finish a game within 3-4 minutes. He has to take it all the way to a tiebreaker.
But still, against what he had, the reason why Giant was the last card that he played, well, he found an okay cycle with how to keep his minions alive against the Musketeers. But before that cycle kicked in, I don't think he should have played Giant, which was perfect. It was going to be melting down against the Sparky mini P.E.K.K.A. too easily. So Yeah, great timing. The reason why he was able to do some damage was keeping those minions alive against those Musketeer. Good prediction with the Miner always hitting onto that Musketeer. Also, Expo Master trying to counter that. So, yeah, good mind games between the two.
Yeah, I mean, it looks really bad for Icelor, right? Giant against Mini P.E.K.K.A against the Sparky.
Yeah, Miner there.
But, it just worked out in the end for Icelor. He's just such a good player here and defended that perfectly and just insane. Like, you got Mini P.E.K.K.A, you got Dart Prince, you got Sparky. He has a Giant as his main damage source, and then he has the Miner minions for Chip. How did he win this?
Yeah. Taking out the Musketeer was key for Icelor. For Expo Master, just making sure that Giant doesn't reach the tower, which was actually okay. Sparky, Mini P.E.K.K.A, and keeping his Musketeer. So those were the real deal. But sometimes, yeah, Icelor was winning the mind games there. Yeah, falling it one step on the back. Dark Prince not really catching its target 100%. So those are the real drill that I really like to see. And those minions, the naked Goblin Giant on the right, if it had some extra push along with it, like the minions of his own, I think it could have made a difference. But really depends on the calculation. If you did more damage or taken more damage because of that.
But then the push on the left-hand side probably would have been fatal to the tower because he wouldn't have had that extra couple of elixir there to defend.
Yeah, this was real fun because there was no building from either side, and you just
Is
really
that the first game tonight without a building?
From either side. I think it might be with the Giant on both sides too. Well, slightly different types of Giant and in terms of color, but yeah, pretty cool.
One is green.
One is green.
One is ginger.
One is ginger with lots of beard.
He's got a cul-de-sac right down the middle. Okay, anyway, Triple Draft is coming up next. If you are Fav, are you sending out Expo Master or are you sending out Jack? Because those are the only two people you put in these matches.
I do not know. I think it depends on... So, here's my idea. Triple Draft, having a player right there is certainly important, but I think you choose the... I talked about this before, right? 1v1 player first, and then you choose second as a Triple Draft player. Or else, if you have a different type of practice only for Triple Draft, then you go with that player, certainly. And for kicks,
Benzer.
Pretty sure Benzer, they were talking about on the team video of his ability to memorize every single card and the chances of it coming out.
It is insane. If you haven't seen it, it's on the Kicks YouTube channel. It's just Benzer apparently
can memorize everything. All at least 3 of the cards that his opponent every single time. So 3 times 24 choices.
24.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to memorize your own because you can see which one you've chosen.
Yeah, that's why you're.
But you do need to memorize what cards you had to pick, so that you know your opponent won't have them, but only in certain categories. Because there is a chance that you can get.
So he memorizes 48. Is that what you're saying? Well, -8 because you already have. So
yeah.
40. No, that's still even 24 is insanely high of a number to memorize within seconds. You need picture-perfect memory.
And that's apparently what Benzer has. Again, Benzer has been an absolute revelation in Triple Draft for kicks. But Expo Master as well. Okay, Expo Master has played exactly 1 Triple Draft.
Yes, and the only set loss actually comes from his Triple Draft.
And it was losing to
Sado.
Is that the day that Sado decided to...
No, not that
No,
day.
it wasn't that day. Okay.
Well, let's see, TPD.
All right, this time we don't get to see the draft because this is done online. We only get to see the offline matches, which is China versus China. So we're going to see both these. If you don't know, Kicks is a very international team. It's 2 Indonesian, 1 French, 2 Vietnamese?
Yes, I believe so. I believe you're right. And also, Fav is also quite international with Japanese squad and a Korean player.
Is it on the same level?
Not
Does
as
it count
much
if you only
as
have 2 flags?
In terms of distance and the amount of flags. Yeah, but still. Pretty cool. let's see what cards. Oh, Expo Master with the Princess immediately. And a Night Witch.
Yeah, Night Witch is a good
So maybe like an Elixir Golem, but from the bridge, so...
Look at the damage she got done there.
Yeah, to activate the King Tower. Was that worth? Okay, certainly we knew it was going to be somewhat of a heavier push with the Night Witch.
We do have the Giant coming out now from Benzer Riddell.
Battle Healer.
Oh, well.
Good
Consider
pair.
this done. Expo Master may as well just turn off his device and...
Well, what if he has some barrels of his own? I think... Bomber not bad.
Bomber not bad. Firecracker completely whiffing that first shot there.
And a defensive Earthquake.
And a Dark Prince. Battle Healer trying her hardest to keep that Giant alive, but the Giant is going to go down.
Oh, look at that beauty. Firecracker. Ice cream time, man.
Pew! Gets
And
another hit. 1, 2, 4, 7.
Yeah, King Tower's already activated, so you don't need to get that down.
All right, Lumberjack against Princess. Lumberjack's going to come through. Oh, Ram Rider. All right. Hunter. Someone hasn't updated their Clash Royale in a very long time. That's why we have the old Ram Rider portrayed in the bottom. Okay, Hunter here, raged up, is going to get pellets into this tower, but it's not massive, massive damage.
So, but what Benzer has, he actually has a good one strong push with Lightning against the building and with the Lumberjack. So, which isn't bad at all, and all we have to wait for is his small spell.
Yeah, I think looking
like a snowball?
Looking at this, I want to say Benzer has huge advantage. Just look. Oh wait, hold on, that might change it.
Executioner
with the Princess, with the Dark Prince. That is
say
a
goodbye
lot of
to those
smash.
bats.
Yeah, say goodbye to everything. Ram Rider comes in. Dark Prince is there.
Earthquakes with the slow plus the damage. Let's get the Firecracker with so allowing Ram Rider to charge.
Executioner even taking out a raged up Hunter from distance. It'd be a very different matchup if they were face to face.
I mean, until that Executioner, we were saying, okay, Benzer has pretty strong push on his own, but we're talking in a different book now, okay?
Yeah, the Lightning has to come down here. That does weaken that Executioner. And look at this. Firecracker will finish that off, maybe. Arrows coming down from Benzer. And that might just be enough for him to be able to take this eventually. But he hasn't got any real damage done to towers in quite some time. The Ram Rider just pausing that Giant.
And also...
Ooh, gets the connection. Okay, now it's in Expo Master's favor.
And also Lumberjack goes for the Ram Rider. Doesn't even pair up with that Giant for that push. So this rage just eaten from Expo's side.
Yeah, the offensive... Oh, Executioner, that's not what you need to see here.
Expo also has a Tornado. If he actually wants to pull...
I don't think he needs to.
Right now he doesn't need to, but if he does, with that Executioner, he also has a secondary tool to defend.
Yeah, I mean, until that Executioner, it was looking real rough for Expo Master, but now that defense is just too strong. Hunter here, Lightning has to come down on just the Ram Rider, but it doesn't matter. There we go. Expo Master takes game 1. Well,
solid choice. So that's a key card. Not the game-winning card, but that Executioner. It's the perfect choice. I think he just kept... Okay. These sets look like a pretty good set for a Giant. Could have been the Drill if he got to see the Giant later as a win condition. And also his Ram Rider, which was a really good card against this slow Giant. Makes it even slower. The Giant doesn't even move.
Yeah, I mean, up until the Hunter came out, it was looking rough. This comes down, and suddenly every push that Benzer can make is doomed to fail.
Yeah, and so many Splash, Dark Prince, Executioner, Princess. The bats could have been a factor, eliminating a lot of small units and do a lot of damage because he didn't have too many anti-air except for those two. Yeah, but look at those pair.
Executioner. It really did turn the tides of battle. It felt like Expo Master could have been broken down by Benzer. If you remove the Executioner here, yeah, it looks very, very rough for Expo Master. But when you get that in, and you're trying to build a giant push, and with the giant push means all your units are going to kind of conga line across the bridge, right? It was the perfect answer.
And I also love the drop timing for those Ram Riders. Made it really hard for Benzer to have Giant Lumberjack line up together. It was trying to separate them in a way, and also to slow, so the Ram Rider wasn't really getting attached to the Lumberjack, or at least it took some time to do the damage onto the Ram Rider because of that slow. And within that time, Giant is walking along by himself, taking all the Dark Prince damage, the Bomber damage, Princess damage. Even without a building, I mean, with that many cards, Giant is not going to survive.
If you were Expo Master, and let's say that was your first choice, it was the anti-air cards. You have Executioner, let's say Baby Dragon and Electro Dragon. Which one would you choose? Because Hunter is... sorry, not Hunter. Executioner is the right choice for that matchup. Expo Master read it
and also,
real well.
For the if you got to see that big spell before, which included Lightning from Benzer's side, I think Executioner is a safer pick. You would say, depending on if you saw that big spell before or after, the Executioner, after watching all those cards, a solid pick, I would say. And you also had a pretty nice pair where you always place a Princess on to the other side. Dark Prince, you have somewhat of a tank for that Executioner. Bomber also not so bad, just in case Executioner just falls off against the defending bats or something.
Just insane. It really was one card that kind of turned that battle on its head.
Yeah, I saw your eyes. The moment we saw Executioner, we were like, now we have a different game in our hands.
Because we were both here saying like, well...
Oh, that's a big push with the Rage and everything.
Yeah,
even with the Ram Rider, it looks pretty decent.
It looks over. It looks over. And then you see the Executioner and you see everything just lined up and you're like, well, GG. GG. But we are going to get into Game 2 now between Expo Master and Benzer Riddell.
Let's see the choices. TPD.
If only we could see the choices.
I've been liking TPD in my clan preparation days.
I like it in clan preparation a lot.
Yeah, I think we should have it for a long, long time.
All of them should be TPD. With just different
1v1 should be
pools.
TPD.
Yeah, I think there should just be different card pools.
Maybe we have like set rotations or something every month.
Yeah. Anyway, enough dreaming, enough with our heads in the clouds. We are down to this. Expo Master can tie us back up. And he is in blue for 5 at the bottom.
I think this is our first cage in Triple Draft.
Might very well be.
Yes.
Can Benzer turn this around and close it out for kicks? We're going to find out. Not with that push.
Party Goblin.
The Goblin Brawler. I do like that card. I really do like Goblin Cage. It just doesn't work in this meta.
Oh, and Surprise Balloon on the left.
Does Expo Master have?
E-Wiz has been out.
It has been used as well, so I don't think he has an answer. That's one hit. He does have to Tornado to activate the tower, but I don't think that's going to matter at this point.
Oh, certainly you had to have something, but we'll see. From now on, Expo Master will be holding on to that E-Wiz, that ultimate balloon defense.
Does he have anything to help defend the bats and the Brawler? Make light work of that push, and those Barbarians go down. And nothing really getting done for Expo Master, so what is his last card to completely change this game? There's the Ram Rider.
Again, as the win condition.
Clearly liking that card. It is a difficult card to deal with.
Actually, against the balloon, it's also a great source of slow.
It stops the balloon pretty much dead, so...
So you have 3 tools, E-Wiz, Tornado, and... Yeah, but the Royal Ghost seems to be another
potential
big
avenue.
problem. And okay, the flying machine didn't connect initially, so had to use that Tornado.
Yep. Ice Spirit there to distract. The E-Wiz does get 2 hits.
And I think Ice Wizard, Ice Spirit from Benzer is going to make a lot of difference because even against the Skeleton Barrel, it's actually a great tool of defense. It was just used, but he has the log and the cage to pull it.
Yep, so he has the tools here. I really like, actually, Goblin Cage against the barrels is a really good choice. Maybe we'll start to see more after this week. Lightning comes down and the Brawler can, ooh, almost connected to the tower.
Yeah, shield's gone. We heard that sound immediately.
Clunk. Okay. Ice Spirit there slowing that down. Baby Dragon.
No fireball, but lightning against the flying machine. That's always good. Now, okay, Expo Master, after the tornado, slows for days on that balloon.
Yeah, the Skeleton Barrel this time completely ignoring the gauge, but it doesn't matter because there is a log. All right, actually a Barbarian connects on that right-hand side. There's a balloon, but Benzer going down the right, trying to split it up.
Tornado, too.
So it should be fine.
E-Wiz was, yeah, because of the King Tower activation. E-Wiz could have been just a little too late because of the Ice Spirit, but okay with that extra damage.
Yeah, 1165 remaining on that tower. Can Expo Master find a way through? Can Benzer hold on? These are the questions we're going to find the answers to relatively shortly as we are down to the last 90 seconds of this one.
Yeah, Benzer actually holding a lot of elixirs. Because of the cage, the death damage from the Skeleton Barrel doesn't even go in, so Expo Master's finally revealed the high cost spell card.
It is the poison, but that doesn't really stop what we see.
It's not so great against what Benzer has.
He's a flying machine now against, but look at that. Brawler, the Brawler.
Rider?
Is there anything there? He has the Tornado, so the Brawler does go down. Will this balloon get death damage? It's very close.
It's a little too close.
Yep, there we go.
But it was a weird time for Ram Rider because the Brawler was actually in the way. And Ram Rider would have taken a lot more damage from the Brawler too, so good choice saving it for Tornado.
All right, so we are now into that triple elixir period of the game. 40 seconds remaining. Look at Benzer, 2 Baby Dragons out, raining fire from the sky. The fly machine goes down. That is one of the answers to that. And now this is kind of a big push. 2, 3 Baby Dragons out on the field.
Triple Baby Dragons all year, only the Tornado.
Yeah, and there's no Fireball to help there. The E-Wiz, though,
I think that's still in that death damage range.
Yes, 271. So Lightning will finish this for Benzer. Can Expo Master finish before that cycle? Skeleton Barrel is close.
Always being saved for that Skeleton only. That freeze from the Ice Spirit. We have been talking about that log because we are out of time.
Yes, we are. Benzer takes game 2. So it is going to be match point kicks. Set point for both players. What was the big turning point, or what was the main way that game ended up the way it did?
I think key card for Benzer was actually cage, as you mentioned. It pulls the barrel most of the time, and the reason why barrel's so strong, not just the skeletons, the death damage lands onto the tower so many times. And the cage keeps that away from the Princess Tower from Benzer's side, and the brawl actually becomes a factor along with the balloon.
Yeah, and the skeletons all die pretty much because you pull into the middle, right? Both towers shoot the skeletons, and then the brawler will finish anything else. That Royal Ghost, though.
Yeah, always scratching it. Few shots. And sometimes Exo Master was having issues where you want to have E-Wiz against... Okay, he does have 2 more tools against... He does have Tornado and the Ram Rider against the balloon, but still, because of that, Royal Ghost had to use that E-Wiz.
Yeah, and the lightning, and then the death damage. Closed that one up, sealed it up, and Benzer did get the victory.
One more win away from a win for Kicks. And both teams on the rise. They're really close.
Yeah, whoever wins this one does ascend up the rankings because they're both even right now, 2-1 and 1. Kicks match point, whereas Fav Gaming Expo Master needs to win this to take it to that final 1v1 set. So far, the drafts have been very, very good for both Fav and Kicks.
So I think, except for very few number of games last week on a Sunday, I think mostly the players have been finding lots of great combinations with their win condition, and also finding great, not just that, finding great counters against your opponent. Really, players kicking the triple draft hard. I'm
digging it. I'm digging it.
Getting it down to the choices. We actually, wasn't there a balloon Sparky yesterday from TPD?
Probably.
Yeah. And then
anything as possible.
And then I almost woke up. What?
I think I was in a daydream at that point. I do like triple draft. My only thing, I wish it was set 1.
Triple draft set 1. Now I have a problem. No. I think set 2 triple draft is fine.
I think it's good, but I would prefer triple draft as set 1 personally, because then it's not the final game, and then there's still a way to come back after a poor triple draft.
It doesn't. It's away from the match point.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why. But it doesn't matter because it is match point.
It is match point for Kicks, and
it's basically life point for Fav Gaming if they want to win this.
Yeah. The moment they win, they have a lot higher chance of staying in top 4.
Yeah.
Top 4 playoff, that's all that matters, basically. I mean, your opponent is going to change depending on where you place on top 4. But as long as you're in top 4, you have a second life.
But if you're in that 4th spot, would you want to drop 1 place so that you're 5th, so that you have an easier first round?
You always want to win to satisfy your Fantasy Royale fans.
And your competitive drive. Yeah.
Yes, that too.
It does put you back 1 round, basically. It gives you a 1 round advantage if you even lose in that first round. So, yeah, I guess. Anyway, Fav Gaming, Expo Master versus Kicks.
We have sound. Nice. So, good Hog Rider pickup. Oh, and bats. Okay, that's a good addition.
Anyone out there now is thinking that you can actually see this? You're not just joking. He is joking. He doesn't know anything that is there. But if Benzer did pick up Hog Rider bats, I need to have a word with G-Clef after this because I need to find out what hacks he is using. Okay, so here we go. Good luck goes down. It is down to this. Benzer Expo Master Kicks Benzer in red at the top, playing the minions there against the skeleton barrel of Fav Gaming's Expo Master.
Dark Goblin. Oh, instant arrows, but still
no hits. Just the arrow damage here.
Yeah, but just the arrows against the Dark Goblin is actually critical enough so that the Dark Goblin can't do a thing. And also you chip in damage to Talon.
Also against Lava Hound.
Perfect for the pups.
Yeah, it's a really good pup. But Valkyrie Graveyard from Benzer. This is dangerous.
Set of cards. Oh!
He has
to give it up.
out.
There's no way! Is this it for Fav Gaming?
Is this gonna be it? It is 1 Graveyard Valkyrie push.
Hey, look at the bottom. The Valkyrie's still there.
And it's still going 987.
The lava's way too slow. Okay, the Prince is there, but the Hunter to block.
Okay, can Expo Master stabilize here? Because now there is a Dark Goblin and the pups. Arrows?
Okay, Benzer's
arrows.
He's gathering elixirs for that left push for King Tower. Okay.
Okay,
and
what is his big spell? Because that could finish everything up real quick here. Oh, and the bomb tower doesn't pull the Valkyrie. And there's the graveyard.
Oh, no.
The bomb tower in the middle of nowhere.
If it's like a lightning or fireball, even with arrows, that's it. I think Expo Master basically knew that the game was over. Even with that pull, I think Graveyard was way too powerful along with that arrow. We never got to see that big spell anyhow. But that's it, Kicks team. Victory for them in the match. And that will keep them, actually, that actually keeps them in third place spot. Okay, Fav Gaming dropping 1 more. Benzer really kicking in hot, becoming the TPD player for the team.
He is a phenomenal, apparently, triple draft player. We had no idea after the first week, and then now he's just like...
Now we do.
Yeah, I'll just lose in King of the Hill. And don't worry, guys. I got it when it gets to triple draft. I'm just going to solve it.
Yes.
I figured everything out. That push, Valkyrie Graveyard takes the tower and then basically took another Princess Tower worth of damage off the King Tower.
Yeah, it was left at 500 something because Expo Master ended up using the bar barrel.
Yeah.
Yes, triple draft. Yeah, it does. Lots of cards force your spell card out, but once you just don't have that, because it's 100% one small spell, one big spell. It's not like regular games where we have Snowball and Log together.
But Expo Master would have seen his Lava Hound at the same time as the Graveyard.
Yes.
So surely he would have known there was a potential for Graveyard. So surely he would have known to save something there.
I think it was because he had the Bomb Tower and few other maybe defensive troop cards that could have been available without. So we never got to see the big spell from Benzer. I don't think he had Poison.
Could have been Fireball.
Yeah, I think if he had Poison, didn't even have to use it. If he had Poison, I think the choices from Expo Master could have been very different. Not Lava for sure, or a Tornado. So I think those were the decision making after looking at those cards. But that's it. Kicks team 2-0 to finish off, and along with Talon 2-0 Ponos. Yeah, that middle match right there, TT Gaming beating Nova, another big victory for them.
Yeah, and then the final game, 0-2 to Kicks. So WEDGM, TT Gaming, Kicks team are your top 3. In 4th place, Team Timing at 2-3. Fov Gaming, 5th, 2-2. Nova Esports down there in 6th at 2-3. Talon 1-4. Ponos 0-4, propping up the table after losing to Talon in the battle of the bottom. What a day it has been. What teams we have seen. And I can't wait for next week.
Yeah, no games from WEDGM and Team Timing today, but WEDGM will be playing one more. We see a lot of teams has played 5 matches already, but guys, look, full of matches next week. Not 2 days, 3 days, and with an extra match on the last day.
So April 24th, it's going to be Team Timing versus Kicks, Fov versus TT Gaming, WEDGM versus Ponos. On the 25th, which is the Saturday, Nova Esports versus Fov, Talon versus WEDGM, Ponos versus Kicks. On the last day, April 26th, WEDGM versus Nova, Ponos versus Team Timing, Fov versus Talon, and then TT Gaming versus Kicks, which will be a very important matchup because that could decide who finishes second. But then they'll probably face each other again anyway.
Maybe
unless
directly
there's some huge changes.
Yeah, right after in the playoff. And we actually take a weekend off right after the regular season, and then we come back in the first week of May, I believe.
Yeah.
So we have that 1 week break, so make sure to put that into your calendar, guys. But next week, your weekend is going to be full of Clash Royale East. Clash Royale League East. I combined it together.
Yeah. Clash Royale League East special
no
season. It has been a fantastic day today. The triple drafts have been on fire.
I'm just happy that we got a Wizard win from a regular match.
We got Wizard is
I'm actually
coming.
going to try that deck.
Wizard is in fashion.
Yep, he's got some pretty good hoodie. I mean, his fireballs are pretty decent against the minion horde. Like, once.
Do you think there is going to be a major meta change between now and next week? Do you think a new deck is going to come out that's just going to sweep us?
Not too much. Not too much. I think there is going to be lots of variety of even more graveyard decks with using maybe a few more archers or dark goblins. I think those are the key cards that's likely to shift in a way. But we've seen a few more Mega Knights today, so that was also surprising for me, which I thought we were going away from.
Yeah.
So maybe that's gonna just rotate around in a way.
Yeah, I think the meta is in a very solid spot right now, where there's a lot of variety, but at the same time, there is no variety.
And also, no E-Golem at all today. That was also another surprising factor. The dragons, E-Dragon,
it's gone. It's dead.
They are not here at all. No. Maybe next week with some changes, but I think we're about done here right now today.
Yeah, so we will be back on Friday. So don't miss out on more Clash Royale League East special season. We'll see you all next time.